Hello, mystery friends. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome to Inspired by Mystery Podcast. I am your host, Sammy. And this is my best friend and my guest, Tayvia.
Hi.
Tayvia is here with us again. This is so awesome. I'm so happy to have you back on the show again. This is third time? Fourth time? Okay.
Maybe fourth. The third time, guaranteed.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you were the very first guest that I ever had
Yep.
on here, that's pretty awesome. You popped the cherry.
That was a good pop.
Thanks. Professional popper over here. Hey. But yeah, we when we very first started the podcast, she had so many amazing stories to tell, and I wanted to make sure to give her a platform to be able to tell a lot of the stories about all the crazy shit that she experiences in her Dreamland and beyond. And even since we did that one episode, there's been a lot more to come.
Yeah.
So we will be telling some of the similar stories that we told at the beginning, which I don't think really any of you guys, maybe a couple of you guys were here for that one. So you will get a refresher course in the crazy rabbit hole dreamland of this magical woman right here. And then we'll get to hear some of the new stories that she has. You are the most vivid dreamer that I've ever in my entire life met. And it's so amazing and profound and inspiring. Like, you have two totally separate lives. You have your like waking life, and when you go to sleep, there's like an entire other universe that you go to, that you exist in. And I think a lot of people don't get to experience that. A lot of people go to sleep and wake up and whatever, they don't even remember their dreams a lot of times, or they remember very like little parts of it. But that's why you sleep so much, because you love dreaming.
I love dreaming.
Usually.
Yeah. It's not the healthiest coping mechanism, which is something I'm learning, is the balance between that. But it definitely is something that I do pride myself in, and I've been told by, we'll get into it when it comes to my extraterrestrial friends, but I've been told that it is really special and that it's something that I need to keep pursuing. So
Absolutely.
yeah.
It's awesome. Excited. And look, we have Joe is back. I haven't seen Joe forever. I'm so glad that you're here. This is so awesome. And this is like the perfect timing to go. I think he only comes in when I have you on the show, by the way.
What? Really?
Joe. No, I know. Everyone's a busy bee, but I'm really happy to have you here. And I think it's perfect that you came in for Tayvia. And you said, "Oh, it's my favorite mystery guest ever." Aww, Joe. Aww. Thanks for resubscribing too. And also, Brian, that is awesome. Thank you for popping in to say hi. I'm sorry you got to go to bed. You're going to miss some fun shit. And yes, Waking Life is an awesome fucking movie.
It is. It's one of my favorites.
Fantastic. And I don't know. I feel like that illustrates a lot of things.
It does. It goes into a lot of detail for sure.
It really does. It's really cool. So if anybody has not seen the movie Waking Life, I highly, highly recommend that.
It's something to pay attention to. It's not something to put on in the background, though. So.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a focus
Watch and
kind of
listen.
thing. Yeah, when I lived with Justin, we probably watched it together, like at least, I would say, conservatively, like 40 times. We would just watch it all the time and have conversations about different parts of it. We'd even start it in the middle sometimes and like have conversations about like, look at one of the skits or whatever. We would end up talking for like 5 hours about this like one thing. So if any of you guys are interested in dream world stuff, I would definitely recommend it. And if you are just introspective by nature, it'll get you.
It does. It gets you.
Yeah, it's awesome. Oh, really? You're thinking of spending Christmas in Salem? That would be beautiful.
Yeah, that'd be
magical. That would be friggin' awesome. It's such a beautiful area of the country. I think that would be really cute. Like all decorated for Christmas and all. Fast
Gotta
and
take
cute,
all the photos.
Yeah, if you do, let me know. Oh, and Lady's here. Hi, Lady. And Steve, and we got Kirby, and we've got Jama upstairs. This is awesome. I'm glad to have all of you guys here. So, okay, let's do a poll. Who in the chat right now has been present for one of Tayvia's shows in the past? Who is already familiar with the way this lady's brain works?
No one.
Haha, gotcha. Sarah, I think actually you've been coming around after the fact, actually. So I don't think so. Hey, Dusty or Jama upstairs. I can hear the echo coming from your guys' TV or what have you. So could you please close the door or lower the volume? I'd appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's very
We hear ourselves talking.
Yeah, it's very distracting. I'm like, like I'm hearing whenever we get loud, I can hear it. It's throwing me off. So that's okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Awesome. Okay. Well, bye, Brian. Thanks for coming. We appreciate ya. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dusty. Appreciate you guys. You're the best. Okay. So, fuck, where does one begin with all of this? Let's begin at the beginning, actually. Weird, right? No, I say let's tell the folks a little bit about, as a child, what your dreams were like.
So when I was a kid, they were more, I would say, more vivid than they are now. And they were more on a consistently profound basis. So when I was a little kid, I always had the ability to dream things. The only dreams I didn't remember were my night terrors, which I've told you about. I've had crazy night terrors as a kid. They kind of just slowly went away. But my mom got me in the habit of waking up every morning and telling her what I dreamt, because she wanted to see if I could ever remember the night terrors. And in these night terrors, most of the time I was running away from things. And more often than not, she had to lock me in my room and have me run circles in my room with my eyes wide open, and had to sit on my floor and wait for me to wake up. So, my mom wasn't good at many things, but what she was good at was allowing me the ability to know how to remember my dreams every morning.
That is so helpful.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So when people ask me, like, how do I start remembering my dreams, I always tell people before you even wake up, because everyone will tell you dream journal. But I think before you even do that, to exist and carry out your dream with your imagination while you're awake. So, okay, this is the last thing I remember of my dream. This is what I would think would continue in it, Try to get your brain in the habit of doing it, and then dream journaling, I think, is really good to do when you get in that habit. But just like recite what it is that you're experiencing. And so my mom pretty much did that. Like every morning when I was a little kid, she'd come in and she'd wake me up and she'd ask me what I was dreaming about, which I still like to do with my friends, especially if I can see they're struggling. I'm like, what's going on? What are you dreaming about? Like, I think it's a good way to process what it is that we're experiencing in that realm. So I got really in, like, I don't even remember the first time that she asked me that. I was really little when I first started even having these night terrors. And something else that was happening a lot was I was astral traveling a lot more as a kid than I do now. That's not something I do as often now. I'm more like, we'll get into like the definitions of all of these things, but I'm more interdimensional travel now, where I'm actually leaving the planet rather than staying here. But when I was a kid, a lot of the dreams I remembered were me watching myself sleep and then going outside and looking at the stars on the porch. So, always been a very vivid dreamer in that way. I no longer have night terrors, but I do, as an adult, think that something was out to get me a little bit. I think maybe that I was finding myself in scary places where things were actually trying to get me, because it was always me running away from something. It was always me terrified.
And you never remembered those specific ones. The
Never.
night terrors, it was like you were checked out.
Had no idea, but I was, according to my mom, physically running around the room. And like her story that she loves to tell people because it's silly to say secondhand. But there was this one time I was so scared, I crawled up her thinking she was a tree. She said I was grabbing her limbs like branches on a tree, and I got to the top of her head, and I was looking down at the ground screaming, and I peed all over her because I was so scared. So, those are the ones that I don't.
Can you imagine as a parent?
I know, that poor lady.
I feel so bad. And I mean, I hate to say it, I'm glad she didn't do this to you, but if I had a kid that was like, psycho crazy like that and was like being chased by unseen forces, like, I don't know, man. I'd be like, I need to go get the newspaper real quick, and then just like never come back. Like, that's so scary.
It is. It's scary.
How does a parent handle that and not lose their fucking mind.
It
Jesus
helped her
Christ.
kind of open her brain into the metaphysical realm, because she also was like, do I need to get somebody to come in and like give her blessings, which actually did happen. My mom would get a hold of the church my grandparents were a part of, and people came in and like gave me atonement blessings with like holy water to
So
like
not
help.
quite an exorcism, but like a exorcism light.
Yes. Yeah. Like, because, you know, like, yeah, it wasn't an exorcism, but like, hey, I need you guys to come in and I need you to bless my kid. And she would bring in missionaries and have them put water on my head.
Were you just like, what's going on? I don't
I had
get
no idea.
it.
I didn't get it. Because I didn't understand. Like, she didn't want to scare me.
Sure.
You know, so she didn't want me to think that, like, and then I didn't even know that this was happening until I stopped having them. And actually, there is one that I remember having, where when I woke up, it was kind of one of the first times I woke up and didn't get into paralysis. I woke up and I was still in the dream, and I could see the dream so vividly, but I could also see my surroundings. And I was in an avalanche, actually.
Oh, shit.
And I was running down this mountain, and this avalanche was happening, and it was my wedding day. I remember it being my wedding day.
Huh.
So I was wearing like this white wedding dress, and I was in the snow, and it was all beautiful, and this avalanche came and took out all my friends and family, and I'm like running away from this avalanche, and I got myself to wake up, but I could still see the avalanche happening on my like bedroom wall, and I just started like screaming.
I never heard that one before. That's crazy.
Yeah. So that was like the last time I remember having any kind of night terror, because I woke up terrified and screaming, and my mom had to come in and thinking that, oh, I thought we grew out of this kind of a thing. And I'm like screaming, because that's how it always started, was I'd get out of bed screaming really loud, and she'd have to come in, and in the beginning I guess I would leave my room and I'd be running down the hallway, and she'd have to catch me. So it just turned into like my bedroom was the closest bedroom to her, and when I started screaming, she'd come in and she'd shut the door and she'd lock the door and she'd sit on the floor and just like cry and wait for me to stop. She said she tried to wake me up. She tried to like do all these things. She tried to hold me and tell me I was safe, and none of it worked. She just had to let it play out. And
So, okay, question. Maybe it's a little bit of both. Are you glad that you didn't remember what was happening because it sounds very terrifying? Or do you wish that you were able to know what was happening to like make sense of what was happening?
I used to wish. I am now glad, because, you know, I used to wish I knew, and I had a spiritual teacher who helped teach me how to go back into my memories, and I actually stopped doing that specifically because some things are better left forgotten. My brain will bring them up when I need to know them, if I need to know them, but it's not my responsibility to dig into my brain when it's actually trying to protect me. So I think it's a good thing. I think
Sure.
it's like my brain is trying to protect me. Something is trying to protect that part of me from having had experienced all of this as a kid. Like, I can't imagine what it would be like as a little teeny tiny kid being so terrified to go to bed because I remembered those kinds of dreams, you know? So I'm grateful that I was still able to grow in my dream world.
Sure. Because you
And-
probably would have been scared of other aspects of the
Yeah.
dream world if you knew. So the fact that you didn't know is handy, but I find it very interesting and almost very astute that in your regular dream world you remembered everything in hyper detail. So it's not like you didn't remember your dreams. You remembered your dreams very detailed.
Yeah.
But these specific instances
Yeah.
that where you were horrified and terrified, where you could not be woken up, you didn't remember any of it, which
I think
makes
it's
me
trauma.
feel like it was like that is some kind of interdimensional situation that happened where your brain was shut off, whether it was your own doing or whether something from the outside, something external, was somehow shutting your awareness down.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of all the above. So I did a bunch of research when I was younger about just night terrors in general, and they're fairly common in children. And then I sat when I was younger and meditated on the fact, like, why did I have mine? Because they happened for so long too. Like, my mom would talk to doctors and stuff about it, and they'd be like, yeah, kids normally grow out of it, you know, around like 6 or 7. And I had mine until I was 12 or 13. So mine were like twice as long as a lot of other kids experienced theirs. And you know, my brain when I was a kid, something I had to change in my natural brain that I think was passed down to me is the ability to forget things that traumatize me. So I think being a kid and not understanding that that is a poor and toxic coping mechanism to trauma, I kind of was just at the whim of whatever it was that my brain wanted to do. So I think part of it was that. But having sat and really thought about it and having had so many other dream experiences since I was a kid, I really do think something was trying to get me. I always think of the movie Insidious, because that movie, like, is one of my favorite horror movies because I'm a dreamer. But at the same time, I think about how he gets lost and he's in a scary place, and I think that's what was happening. Because I was astral traveling a lot at that time, more so than I do now. So I think that I was leaving and going places that I probably shouldn't have been, and whether things were purposefully trying to get me because they knew who I was, or I was just in the wrong spot, I've always kept finding myself in a really scary place where I had to run away from things. So
do you ever remember from back in the day when you were a little kid, I know you remembered a lot of your dreams, did you have any recollection that you would think might have been that place? Like, did you have scary bad dreams that you felt like might be related?
Not necessarily. A lot of the scary dreams I remember when I was a kid were, honestly, it turned out, now that I'm older and the things I've been through as a kid, it turned into, I honestly think they were future foresight seeing dreams. So a lot of the scary dreams I had were of things that did happen to me when I got older, that like would freak me out, that had to do with my family and like friends and stuff like that, or just like emotions. And I'd be like, oh my God, I had this scary dream. And then years later, like, you know, we all talk about deja vu. Sometimes when I have deja vu, I know I dreamt it because I remember my dreams so well. I'm like, I literally dreamt this. Like, I know this. Like, I remember what happened next, you know? So,
interesting.
Which is cool in a way, because when I get in those spaces, I get to choose what's going to happen next in my reality, you know? But there are times when I'm like, I have been here before and I remember dreaming this. I remember waking up stressed out. I remember feeling these emotions, you know, and saying these words, and I know what this person's going to say, you know? So yeah.
Okay, so since being a child, how do you feel like your life in the dream world has evolved? Has it been a slow evolution process? Have you learned things that have given you more tools to be able to navigate better, or do you feel like it's been kind of a natural progression into where you are now?
I think it's a little bit of both. Sometimes I get really afraid of it, actually. And when I was younger, so, you know, side note, not to do with dreams, I was very vivid in my ability to see my guides that were around me. So, like, a person was standing there, I could see the things that follow me around, and they scared me as a kid. And I kind of asked the universe, like, I don't want to see these things like this. Like, it's really scary to me. And so it subsided. And now that I'm an adult, a lot of it's out of periphery. So I kind of do that on and off with my dreams. I'm less afraid of my dreams because I do have an immense amount of control behind them. But I think, like, for instance, with astral traveling, and it might have to do with night terrors, that's something I kind of dulled down a little bit. I think that it scared me. And I think that, you know, when I was a kid, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really, really fun. And then it was when I started really going into myself and figuring out how these things actually made me feel and like what was actually happening, and doing the research when I got a little older, you know, it kind of freaked me out, you know, being like, oh, fuck. And then trying to talk to people about these things where nobody that I grew up with had experienced anything like this.
That's
you know?
the worst, feeling so lonely where nobody understood where you're coming from, and there was no insight, there was no like mentor that could be like, it's okay, try this or this and that. Like, that sucks.
Well, thank God I grew up in the generation of internet, because I was able to go to the library, I was able to use their computers, and I was able to do all the research that I could on what the fuck was happening.
Yes.
And I was able to read other people's stories about how this happens to them and learn about studies that they do and stuff like that. So, like,
I'm so glad that
you know,
had that as a resource.
I didn't feel so isolated. If I didn't have the internet, I probably would have felt not only afraid of myself, but super isolated with my abilities to do it. And it probably would have scared me and it made me feel crazy, you know? So, but having the access to all knowledge, you know, I was like, oh, okay, like, this is something people do experience. I'm not the only one, you know? It's just the people I know don't experience stuff like this. And I do come from a family of dreamers. So everyone in my family, I am 26 years old. But yeah, everyone in my family, you know, we all would talk about our dreams to an extent. So I do come from a family of dreamers. And actually, now that I'm older and my littlest brother is older, Joran, He actually has a lot of abilities in his dreams as well. He said, though, he has more control when he has nightmares, so he actually likes to have nightmares because that's when he's most lucid and that's when he has most control of his surroundings, is when he's in a dark space.
Wow. It like kind of like activates a part, the fear. He's like, oh shit. And he's like, oh, now I'm dreaming, so you can actually control it. That's very interesting.
He said that to me last time I saw him. He was like, I really enjoy nightmares. And I was like, you're fucking weird. And he was like, no, it's because I actually have control of my dreams when I'm having nightmares and I remember them better because it's trauma, So trauma's...
She's playing Super Tramp Dreamer in the background. Sick.
So, yeah.
Wow.
Just having these abilities since I was a kid, and I was born being able to do this. So I did a bunch of research, and I did do the work to figure out how to strengthen the parts that I wanted to, which is why some of the stuff that was just happening to me, I think, kind of dwindled. I was able to give my power and the things I enjoyed more power, So... which is why I know how to be like, oh, okay, if this is stuff you want to do, I can tell you the things I did that helped me learn how to make certain things better and give me more control, But when I was a kid, I had no control over it. It just was what it was, and
Is it something that you've gained more control over from, like, learning from having access to the internet and hearing other people's perspectives? Like, did you get those tools from an outside source, or did it come from within you, or a combination of both?
It's both. So I feel like the internet helped me define what all of it was. But I think that my abilities came from not just my inner self, but my guides. I have things working with me that tell me what I need to do in order to accomplish these tasks.
You're so lucky for that. So, that's very profound.
Yeah. That's also very scary, but it can be really scary, and we'll get into that too. But it gets intimidating sometimes. So,
okay. So, that being said, where do you want to go from this moment? Do you want to start telling some of the stories of your most profound dreams? Do you want to talk a little bit about like the specific aspects of this other realm to give it like a foundation? What do you think? How do you want to proceed?
As far as specific aspects, like if you guys are visual, okay, so we talk about aphantasia a lot, right? So I am a visual dreamer, right? So we're going to get into this too. Some people, I know a lot of people, like Dusty, for instance, he does not dream in pictures, he dreams in words, and like it's dialogue, right? I have both. So when I'm dreaming, though, it's like I'm looking at in my world today. Like I am somewhere else. I see myself for who I am. Sometimes it's not me. Sometimes I'm living as somebody else, and I am somewhere else. It's like I'm living a life somewhere else, So I have the ability to see, I have the ability to see what is around me and acknowledge it. And I am also a very detailed, focused person. I think my ADHD has a lot to do with that. I am very good at remembering very acute details, and my memory overall, especially my long-term memory, is really good. So I think that also attributes to my dreams. And I think it's my ability to be like, like, for instance, deja vu stuff, like subtle movements will kick in that where I'm like, I remember this because I remember focusing in my dream where somebody moved something like that, like I remember certain details that really stand out to me. So it's just that hyper focus, so it really varies on the dream as far as like the foundation of what the dream is and what it is doing for me. As far as like where I feel like is best to start, I wrote down a bunch of definitions and I organized them in a way where I feel like, we talked about from the beginning. So like, this is how I do these things. And then I have stories that I feel like more attribute to specific types of ability to dreaming than other things.
Okay.
So. Yeah.
Sure. Why don't we do a little glossary kind of thing?
Before I go into it though, so we're going to start with lucid dreaming. Does anybody have any questions for me about anything that was said? And some of the answers might be, we're going to go into it because I do have like a whole layout of, of unanswered questions, I'm sure. But does anybody have anything about what we just talked about that they want to go through before I completely go into what I have?
Good question. And Sarah, you are welcome to share in the chat your experience. Depending on our focus here, we may or may not address it on the stream, but you are more than welcome to share it and start a dialogue in the chat for sure. That's really cool that you had your first lucid dreaming experience.
That is really cool.
Really awesome. That's very, very cool. And maybe listening to this episode tonight, maybe you'll get some like tools or tricks or whatever that might help you in the future as far as that goes. I hope so, because it's very cool to have the ability to be aware that you're dreaming first off, and then to be able to adjust it, which is not an easy thing.
It's not easy, and like I said, my first topic is lucid dreaming. So, something I did want to go into is how people can, let's see. Yeah, totally. Not a lot of people dream like that. So, yay for you. That's really awesome.
Yeah.
So what I tell people when they ask me, like, how do I get better at doing this is, like I said, remember, like, do your best to, as you're coming out of your dream, don't do anything else. Don't look at your phone. Don't even really open your eyes. Just sit there and remember as many details as you can. And then, like I said, when you're better at that and they stick with you and you can stand up and do stuff and still remember your dreams, then that's a good time to start a dream journal so that you can go back and look on it. And I have a dream journal for specifically profound dreams so that I can go back and reread the way it made me feel. So I try to invoke emotion into my writing when I do decide to write down my dreams, but I don't do it with every dream.
Do you remember every dream? Because I have a lot of situations where sometimes I'll remember the dream very vividly. Sometimes I'll remember bits and the emotion behind it. And sometimes it fades so quickly, but then later in the day or the next day or something like that, I'll be chilling and all of a sudden I get like a snapshot or a flash of one element of the dream and then the emotion that comes behind it, but I can't remember any other details. It's like, whoa, it just happened like 2 days ago where I was just sitting here playing a game with Jama and all of a sudden I was just like, whoa, that's like a snapshot from this dream and I remember this feeling, but I can't give any more details to it. Like, is that something that happens to you since you have such good recall?
I do remember the basis of my dream every time. Okay. I do forget details, though. So there are times when I go out of a dream and there's something that's on the tip of my tongue, like whether it be a word, specifically dialogue and conversation, which bothers me a lot because I've had a lot of really amazing conversations with people in my dreams that I wish I could remember that I think are specifically not gifted to me to know in this lifetime. So, I've woken up from lots of experiences where I'm like, fuck, I really wish that I remembered like what this person was talking to me about because it was so special and it was so important and we had this conversation forever, but like, sometimes that stuff comes back. There's times, like I said, where I do have moments like that where I'm like, oh, this reminds me of this dream that I had. It happens more with the deja vu feeling. But, other times it's, it's just the basic of the dream. And I totally, not all of my dreams are profound. So I totally have a lot of, random dreams sometimes. I have a lot of annoying ones where, like, if I fall asleep to anything on, like, if we fall asleep down here, if I fall asleep to a movie, it can't be anything with any screaming because it always invokes some kind of shitty dream and I wake up angry about it, because I recognize I'm dreaming and I'm like, fuck, like that was my own fault, so I remember all the basics though. So I think the only times that I've ever completely not had a dream is when I've pulled like all-nighters or I haven't slept in a really, really long time and my body essentially just shuts down. But that doesn't happen very often because I like to sleep. But the times that I feel like I just didn't even dream, like I feel like I didn't even dream and my body just completely shut down is when like I'm super fucking tired. Okay. So that happens every once in a while. But as far as just like forgetting dreams, like I don't really forget them, but I do forget awesome. Details.
Man, I'm very envious of that because it's really hard sometimes when I wake up and I'm like, okay, I want to remember all of these details and I can feel it. I can feel the emotion and I have certain visuals attached to it, but I can't put the pieces together. It's like a lot of the puzzle pieces fade away and I'm left with like 3 random puzzle pieces. So I get the idea, but I can't put it all together. And that's frustrating for me because I want to remember these things, but my brain just somehow, it just chucks it. So I'm really envious at the fact that you're able to do that, even if it's a, you know, a not so awesome dream. At least you have an understanding of what it was, because it's more frustrating for me to have these little tiny 3 puzzle pieces out of a 150 piece puzzle and be like, the fuck was that?
Yeah.
Damn it. Like, that's like so frustrating. So it's really cool that your recall is so on point. And Joe says that he has a little voice recorder next to his bed to capture it when he wakes up, which is
That's really smart.
fucking fantastic.
That's a good way
awesome.
of journaling too.
That's really smart.
Yeah. And then with lucid dreaming, I also tell people, like, what really helped me was looking at my hands. And actually, Jama told me the other day that she had an experience because I told her to do this. But looking at my hands, you're like, I don't know if you guys are psychedelic people, but if you've ever done psychedelics and you look at your hands and your hands kind of just look weird, you know, even though you know they're your hands and they're there, they kind of just have like a different look. And that's kind of what your dream hands look like. They're kind of a little weird. They don't look the same. So sometimes when I have my hands, like Jama's was funny because her fingers were completely different things, which I've never had. You know, sometimes I have a tattoo on the palm of my hand and sometimes that's not there. So I know that it's not there. Sometimes like my nails kind of look weird, you know, but for the most part, like I can just tell when I look at my hands that I'm not awake. Something else that I tell people too is I don't, you know, when I'm in my dream realm, for some reason, mirrors are very prominent in my dream realm. So I walk past mirrors a lot, and I always tell people when you're in the bathroom getting ready in the morning, just tell yourself you're awake when you're looking in the mirror. So if you manifest mirrors in your dream realm, you can tell. It's another thing that it's like, okay, this is weird, you know?
Interesting.
So mine is, my hair always is different. Every time a mirror has sparked my lucidity, it is because my hair is not what it is, you know? It's like a different color or has a weird different cut to it, and I'm like, oh, okay, like, I'm dreaming.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think you look different than you do in your normal waking life?
I don't know, because I honestly, when I look down and like the way my hair looks when I look down, that's the same in my dreams. So I look like normal when I'm looking down to my feet, but it's when I'm looking in a mirror. And I think it's kind of a fun game almost that my dreams and my psyche play on me. It's like this, like, hey, check it out. This is different. Like, it's something, I know myself so well, and I look at myself in the mirror every day that, like, it's my brain being like, you don't look like you. So how did that happen? You know, it's like a thing that I've trained myself to do, and it might be my psyche or it might just be my dreams, but I feel like it's a little game of, like, this is weird, isn't it? You know?
Can you manifest a mirror if you're like, am I dreaming? This is weird. Can you be like, I'm going to look in the mirror real quick and check?
I've never tried. Normally, if there's not a mirror around and I wonder if I'm dreaming, it's my hands. I look at my hands. I just look down and I'm like, oh, okay. Like, it looks different, you know? So.
That's so interesting.
Hands are easier because they're right there. But mirrors, it's very often when I walk past a mirror and I'm like, yeah, okay. Like, my hair's not brown and in a mohawk, so I know that this is a dream now, you know. And every once in a while, I'll second guess myself too. Not with mirrors. Mirrors are like a very give. But when it comes to, you know, just like walking around and wondering if I'm dreaming, there's times where I'm like, no, there's no way. Like, especially if it's a very ordinary, bland kind of dream, and I'm just doing what I would normally do in my day to day. And there are times, too, when I forget. So I'll be, like, lucid for a little while, and then I'll be walking around and, like, be like, oh, I'm lucid, and then something will distract me. And I'll just go kind of be bopping around in my dream, and then I just kind of forget, and I just kind of exist in the dream again, you know? So it really varies.
Okay, then the question, do you prefer to be lucid so you can have some kind of control over it, or do you prefer to just kind of be at the whim of the dream and be able to enjoy it without having the illusion be kind of taken away?
I always prefer to be lucid. So when I am, it's actually a sigh of relief when I'm in a dream. I very much get excited about it. And, you know, when I was a kid, I wasn't blessed with the ability to just do things in my dream. Like, there was a couple times when I was a kid where I'd be like, I'm going to try to do this, but it didn't happen as often as it does now. Whereas now when I'm lucid, it's a lot easier for me to be like, okay, I'm going to do something. Normally what I choose to do is move things with my brain. So my choice, I wish it was flying. I wish that my initial go-to would be like, I'm going to go fly. But, like, it's normally just going into, you know, like, oh, okay, I know I'm dreaming, and then I'll look at an object on the table or whatever and like get it to move off the table, you know. So energy movement is definitely more my speed when it comes to, oh, I'm lucid, as I like to move things around and make things fly, except for myself. Damn it.
So weird that you can't make yourself fly.
I can, and I have. It's just not my go-to. And it's funny because I have had times. So there was a time that I was lucid dreaming, and I went into this other realm, and I was followed. It's a story I'm gonna tell, but the end of it, it was this girl was like, "What do you want to do now that you are done with this dream?" And I was like, "I want to fly." And she was like, okay, and took me to a gust of wind that if I just leaned into it would pick me up off the ground, you know? But I think that my brain is very literal. So in my mind, it's easier to move an object energetically than it is for me to fly because humans don't fly. I think it's a literal aspect. I think it's me being like, oh, I can totally move this with my brain rather than, oh, I can fly. Because in my mind, that's scientifically impossible. Yeah. Okay. So...
Sarah has a question. She said, has your brain ever just run out of ideas during the dream? My brain did that once and just said, well, I don't know where to go from here, so just wake up now.
No.
Interesting.
I haven't ever had that happen. I can sleep for like 18 hours if my body wants to. I always wake up intermittently. It's generally every 6 hours because that's my REM cycle is a 6-hour span. But I, you know, especially when I'm depressed, I can sleep for like way too long, and my brain always has more to give. I think that's weird.
Yeah. Did you fly like an eagle to the sea?
When I fly, it's more like Superman. I don't flap. But you know what? Maybe flapping would work better. Maybe if I envision that I have wings and I start to flap, it would be easier.
When I've flown in my dreams, it's kind of like it's a swimming motion. Where it's like a smooshing the legs together and like the arms going, like it's essentially like
seeing
swimming.
A human fly like that? Could you imagine in the sky somebody
so
swimming
funny. Yeah,
in the sky?
That's literally the motion that it's every time that I've been able to fly. It's been that where I can like run and then jump and then smoosh the legs like that.
That's funny.
So it's like it's a swimming, which I don't know. I was thinking about that like right now, actually going through the details. Like it's totally. Not really a flapping. There is arm flapping, but it's the legs like you do in water.
Mine's are running and jumping too, except for that gust of wind. But it's more, mine is my arms are straight out. So my arms are down out at my side and I'm just flying like Superman or something. Like it's just like I'm just flying.
Oh, interesting. So Jama was just telling Dusty that before I said that, and Jama said for her, same thing. It's a swim motion.
Oh, fucking
yeah,
funny, dude.
Swim, flyer, united. Right here. What's up, TJ? Welcome in. And Princess, hi, sweetheart. Oh, I love it. We have such a nice crowd of people right now. This is fantastic. Yay. Lady says, I wrote myself a note on a scrap of paper in a dream and found it in another dream and can't remember what it said when I woke up.
Worst.
Motherfucker. That's cool that you were able to find that same thing. I've had similar locations where I've gone back to this same location that I know doesn't exist in, this realm or whatever, like dream locations, which I find really cool that somehow it like exists in this deep, I don't know, like file cabinet of my mind where like 8-10 years later, all of a sudden I just like somehow my brain accesses the same space that I haven't been to in a long time. Have you noticed where you can like pull things back many years later and go to the same space?
I go to the same places a lot. I have special places that are very dear to my heart that I go to a lot.
Are they exactly the same, or are they like evolved in any kind of way as you evolve as a person?
Well, I've created a few places. So like I have a hotel that I always go to that I think is kind of a interdimensional hub for me. I think it's kind of like an airport. And the elevator takes me to places. And a lot of my most profound dreams start there. And so that place evolves. For the most part, it's pretty much the same, but I feel like every time I go there, I see a different detail. It's almost like adding to a collage. But, I have certain realms that I don't get to choose to go to, that I just go to every once in a while, that are always the same. But I didn't create them. They exist. So I just...
Yeah. You're just popping in.
I just pop in.
Interdimensional popping into a space that probably was created by someone else. Do you feel like it was like someone else's dream world that you are popping into,
I
or
don't
do you
think
feel
so.
like
I think it's
like
something
an
else.
actual interdimensional
I do.
place?
I think
So
it's
cool.
universal created. I don't think that it's I don't think it's somebody else. I have had meetups with people in my dreams where I feel like they were people dreaming as well. I have had moments where I feel like, like I've had moments where I've asked people, "Hey, are you dreaming?" And they're like, "Yeah," and I've never crossed paths with any of these people. I remember faces though, but I've never, like I
Wouldn't
said,
that
I've
be
never
so
met them.
trippy if you did? If you're like on a train in Paris or something, and you're like, "Oh, what the fuck? You're the guy,"
I
or
hope
whatever.
so.
That would be
I've always
so
hoped, but
fucking cool.
I was always convinced because I was very lucid and it was always in random spots that were like universal traveling. And, this other person is there and I'm like, so I know I'm dreaming. Are you actually here? Are you like created by me? And they're like no. Like,
Yeah.
I've had places where this one kid specifically that has been in my dreams before is this blonde boy. But I went to the spot where it was just this like almost white sphere with like bluing light in it in a very dark room. There's this kid sitting staring up at it, and he was one of them that I went up to and was like, "So I know I'm dreaming, what are you doing here?" He's like, "I'm also dreaming. This is where we go when we dream sometimes." And so he kind of was telling me like, this is a place people meet up. This is somewhere that people come when they're dreaming.
Wow.
And, I'd never been there before or since, but I'd seen him before. So he was somebody that I'd seen before, and he's like, "Nope, this is just where we come sometimes." And I'd never been there since, but he had, we talked a little bit about it, and I don't remember the entire conversation. I just remember him being like, "No, I come here pretty frequently." And I was like, "I've never been here. This place is crazy, like what is it?" And he just said it's an energy realm that is for passers, and he comes here and gets stuck pretty often. So, and I just happened to be there and was kind of like, okay,
That's so neat.
So
Yeah, I've encountered people, but not necessarily where I'm like, "Oh, I know I'm dreaming. Are you dreaming too?" But I've woken up after the fact and been totally convinced that certain people that I've had interactions with were legitimate people, not constructs of my dream world that I had legitimate interactions with. And I always wonder if they wake up and they remember, like, weird, I just totally found this rainbow dreadlock girl in this weird place. Like, that's weird. That's obviously not real, And here I am existing, dreaming of them as well. And it's some things that we'll never have, like, confirmation on unless we're on a train in Paris and we run across that person and we can remember each other. So I wonder how many of the interactions, like the ratio of dreams, that the people that we encounter are legitimate people who are also dreaming, and somehow we just kind of bump into each other, or how many of them we create on our own, or how many come from completely different dimensions that aren't even earthbound anyway. I'm sure it's a grab bag of all of these things, and like each circumstance is unique to the moment. But I think it's really cool to think that we could be dreaming and someone on the other side of the planet's dreaming, and then somehow boop, in the same fucking place. But that's neat that you've seen that blonde kid multiple times.
And
So
he's
I
about my
wonder what
age.
the
He's
deal
English
is.
too, so every time I've been to England, I'm always kind of keeping my eyes peeled.
Really?
Yeah. So it's just this English kid that's like around my
Interesting.
age, and was just like, "Oh, we just come here sometimes," And I was like, "I've never been here," and he was like, "Yeah, it's just I." He said he gets stuck there a lot. He's like, "I don't really know how to like wake up from when I get here, so I just kind of hang out, And he
I
said
wonder
he's
if you
seen
could
other people there.
Summon him if you could somehow like tap in specifically, like calling British blonde boy, like please meet me in the Universal Coffee shop or whatever. That would be kind of cool. if
His
you could do that.
face, though, I will say, when I met him in that dream, his face has been in other dreams of mine that I do think are constructs of my imagination. So after meeting him, it was something that turned into, my brain. Good night, Joe.
Interesting. Oh, good night, Joe. We love you so much.
We love you.
I'm so glad that you came in. I'm sorry that you have to go. I know it's your jam, but I know you got like adult things to do tomorrow and all that super fun stuff. But we're really glad that you came. Thank you for the resub, and I do hope that you come back more often. And you can always check out the VOD after the fact if you want to catch up on all the other shit that we're about to go into. Plus, I want to have you back on soon, sir. I love you. Mr. I'm so boring and nobody wants to hear what I have to say.
The most boring man in the whole world.
Dude of all time ever. So funny. Cool. Okay. Well, would you like to tell some of your dream stories, some of the most vivid or the most profound stories to give people kind of an idea of what happens when your body's sleeping?
Yeah. So since we're talking about lucid dreaming, one of the stories that I have to share tonight that happened most recently was I went into this dream and there was this man and I was standing on a cliff with this guy. And this guy kept grabbing my friends that I was with and he kept like essentially kidnapping my friends and hiding them from me. And in the beginning of this dream, I was totally invested in it, like didn't realize I was dreaming. And I kept being at the edge of this cliff and I kept jumping into the water and it happened multiple times. And then around the third or fourth time that like it kept doing, it was like a Groundhog Day situation. After the third or fourth time of it happening, I realized that I knew I was dreaming. And I said to the guy, I know that I'm dreaming. I need to get out of here. And he said, there is no way out. The only way out is when you jump off of this cliff to jump into this little hole. So it was like the cement hole that was like barely underneath the water that had water in it. But I had to aim for the hole. And if I could successfully make it into the hole, then I would be able to leave. And I told him no. I said, there's got to be another way out of here. If I do that, it's going to hurt me. And he was like, well, it's the only way out, so you're going to have to give it a go. And for multiple times after this, I kept trying to escape other ways. So there was a time I found a car, and I drove the car off into the cliff, or off the cliff into the water. And I kept trying to get in the water without jumping in this tiny hole, because it was a huge cliff. It was like, how do I aim for that, you know? And I ended up, he kept like laughing about it. He was very malicious about the way that he wanted me to do these things. And, kept kind of making fun of me when I kept coming back. He'd be like, I told you this is the only way to do it. And I was like, no, it's not. Like, I am the creator of this place. And that's when he was telling me that I'm not. He's like, you're not the creator of this place. And I was like, okay, well, I know that there's another way out of here.
Did he say who the creator of the place was?
No. So I'm like running away from this guy and I keep ending up back in the same spot. And I had a, like in Groundhog Day where he has like, the one time around where he's like panicking and it's just like nothing's working. Like I totally had a moment like that where I just kept trying and trying and trying and it turned into this like almost defeat where I was like, how the fuck do I get out of here?
So you would be right back where you started every time that you
every
jumped.
time. The only thing that was different is the first time was the only time I had friends with me. So it was the only time people got taken away from me. And then when I realized, well, I guess it was the first like couple rounds, but when I realized I was dreaming, that no longer was happening. I just kept coming back. And I kept being back in the same spot. I'd jump in the water, it would turn black, and then I'd open my eyes again, and I'd be right back where I was.
And he would just be like, ha ha!
Yes. I'd be like, I'm telling you, this is the only way out of here. And I refused to do it. I didn't want, I knew that he was wrong, and there was something about doing that. Like I said, it was going to hurt me. There was something it was going to hurt. So I ended up finding, I walked through the woods instead of towards the water one time. And I ended up finding this little other way to jump off the cliff because this guy was watching me and I was able to get away from him just enough time to jump off in a different area. And I jumped off in a different area and I got into the water. And when I was underwater, I saw like this village essentially of all of these underwater people that were like breathing and talking, but they were all underwater and I'm like swimming through and there was from every area you could think of. There's people dressed up like Greeks and like Egyptian people. And then there was like dapper, like English people. And like it was like history underneath the water in these different houses. And I remember I was swimming through this like saloon area. And it was a very English almost saloon area. And as I'm swimming through the saloon area, I kept telling myself I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe in the water. I was holding my breath the whole time. And I had all of these people come up to me and started surrounding me, and they started grabbing me, and they said if I breathe the water, then I can become one of them, and that I will give into what is already to come. So they're like, breathe in the water. It's already going to happen. If you breathe in the water, you'll feel better. And I was like, I'm not breathing in the water. And I kept like having to like push and like kick all these people off. And I finally got away and was able to crawl out of the water. When I got to this little shore side, I ran into the woods, and I realized that they wanted me to give into this generational trauma that I've been dealing with for this last year. They wanted me to surrender to what it is that I've been trying to fix in my timeline. And I did this ritual really fast. I'm like dripping wet, and I manifested in my dream, because I knew I was dreaming. I manifested all the tools I needed. I manifested salt and charcoal and all of this wood, and I built this circle, and I did all these sigils in the circle that I can't remember what they were, but I had intent, and I started saying these words. And I sat down around the fire, and I rubbed like charcoal on my face, and I sat down, and I started like doing a spell. Essentially, I started chanting, and I actually woke up that morning chanting the same words. And when I woke up, I had this impulse to ingest some psychedelics. Like as soon as I woke up, like didn't even think about it, woke up, ingested a little bit of psychedelics, got out of bed, and kept saying the words that were being said in the spell. So I got out of the dream by escaping and denying these people what they wanted me to do. And I woke up doing this ritual that I ended my dream doing. So the ritual worked in getting me out of the dream, but I also like didn't even second guess myself when I was doing it in my waking life. And then it was when I was done, what happened at the end was I had to immediately ingest some psychedelics. I have a little DMT pen. I took a hit of that, and I immediately went and took a shower. And as I was in the shower, I was washing my body off, and I was washing away all of the things that I needed to get rid of at that time. And I was saying what they were out loud, and I was still kind of in this like delusional half sleep space. And when I got out of the shower is when I realized how weird that was. That I woke up and continued my dream in my waking life like it was instinct. Like I was panicking and having to, you know, fix myself. So that was one of my most frequent, that was one of my most recent dreams that was super, super lucid.
Dusty was asking how many times that dream repeated.
I have no idea, but it felt like forever.
Like, how many would you guesstimate?
I don't know, 20 or 30 times. Like, it was like a lot of times. And it wasn't a short time every time either, because I kept trying new things. But it was like, it felt like forever. I felt like I was in this dream stuck for a really, really long time.
So in the end, you did not have to jump in the goddamn crevice.
Nope.
You got out, manifested
I didn't
the
have to
tools
breathe
you
the
needed,
water
did a
either.
goddamn ritual, and got yourself out.
Yes.
High five. Good
Thanks.
job. That's fucking amazing.
It was really annoying,
amazing. Wow. That is not... Have you ever had a dream that was similar in the sense where you couldn't get out, and it was over and over and over and over and over again of trying to leave and you couldn't?
I have. I've had lucid dreams that I felt like... I've even had ones where I felt like it was boring. And when I am dreaming and I know I'm dreaming... Sometimes I've had scary dreams where I send myself somewhere else. I've had the ability to end my dream where it is and close my eyes and essentially teleport into somewhere else. So I've been able to fix my dreams. There's been times when I haven't been able to do that, where I've just been screaming at the sky because I can't fucking wake myself up. And I'm just like, oh my God, like, how do I get out of this? But it wasn't a loop. And I didn't feel like I was being tested. It was just like I was stuck in my dream and I didn't know how to wake up, you know, which is also scary,
Sure.
but not as scary as like feeling like I'm being set up for doom, you know, like it felt like this, like it was a trap. I felt like I was being trapped in this cycle for a reason. And I couldn't figure out what was trapping me and why I was being trapped. But I did figure it out when the underwater people were telling me to just give in, that it was inevitable, just give in. and I fucking wouldn't. And I started not being able to breathe. And I honestly think in real life I was probably holding my breath because it felt so real, not being able to breathe and feeling like people were drowning me. You know, like they're like, just breathe. And I was like, I'm not doing it, you know, like just kicking
Wow.
people off of me.
Interesting. They were all trying to be so convincing. Like, just breathe the water in. It's fine. Just die and come here and live with us with all this fucking, all the old, outdated thought patterns
that we're
and,
trapped.
and all of that.
People got trapped.
Trapped over all of these different
Yeah.
millennias or whatever. And that's where they lived underwater
Underwater
in the
and
same
blind.
thing,
Yeah.
and
And
in
a
a
loop.
loop.
And they wanted me to live in this loop with them. And I didn't want to.
They're like, hell no, baby.
Yeah. So.
That's so awesome. How cool that you were able to rise above and to win in the end. But you had to try over and over and over and over to figure out what it was. And I feel like that is a very kind of profound thing in life that we all have to do. We all have to try different ways and different methods of dealing with things until we find what works. And there's always going to be other influences and people trying to influence us one way or another, or there's going to be the people that are telling us we can't do it or we shouldn't do it or whatever. But in the end, if you just keep trying, you'll figure out what
Or the
works.
guy that's like, this is the only way. You know, I feel like society does that to us all the time.
Absolutely,
Like, this is the
100%.
only way to do what you're trying to do. And I fucking refused to do that. It's like, this is not the only way. There's no way this is the only way. You know, it was definitely, I was being taught a lesson. And I've been dealing with a lot of generational trauma that's been passed down to me this last year. And I've been doing a lot of mending and trying to break that cycle and, break the chain, which I've done in many other ways before, but they resurface, and this year has been a lot of like realizing a lot of these resurfacing things that have happened that I refuse to be a part of. And that dream was kind of the beginning of when I started feeling a little better, so I feel like whatever ritual I was doing and like it really helped.
It really did help heal your heart.
Yeah.
Whether it was here in this physical realm or not, you still did the thing. Your intention was
and it was
put out
both.
there.
It was both. It was not in this realm, and then I finally got out of the dream,
and you're still in it.
and I was still in
That's
it.
so
And it
weird.
was funny because I didn't even acknowledge. It wasn't even a sigh of relief until I was done with the ritual. It was like I opened my eyes and immediately sat up and grabbed my fucking pen and took a hit of it and ran to the bathroom and started washing off and sang the same chants that I was saying in my dream. And it wasn't until I was done that I was like, that was really weird.
Do you remember any of that at this point? Did you retain any of it? Did you write it down?
I wrote some of it down, but essentially it was just repeating that, like, this trauma is not me, and it, I refuse to be the holder of these things that I did not do, and I refuse to, let this be a part of my embodiment, which was what was happening in the dream. And then when I got out and I was in the shower, it was all letting go. So I'm letting go of this and I'm letting go of this. And each body part that I was washing with intent. And I was saying the things, and I was saying to myself, it's, out loud, like, this is going down the drain. I'm letting go of this. It's going down the drain. It's going into the earth. It's being recycled. So I was recycling energy.
I'm so proud of you. That's so special and so profound.
It was nuts. I've never, I've had dreams where I come out of them saying the same things. And, I think just practicing that is like, it's something my whole life I've done where I just kind of come out of it and I'm still kind of living in the dream, even though I'm awake. But I've never had anything like that where it was this like emergency, like I was not done and I didn't have a second to even process. It was like, like I said, like I wasn't even like, oh, thank God I'm out of that dream. I just like sat up out of my bed and started doing all of these things and grabbed all these crystals and all these candles and went into the bathroom and set them all up and like did this whole fucking thing.
You were integrating what happened into your present physical life, and that's a really special thing to have that and to not even second guess it, where you realized how profound and serious that was, and that it was really processing through a lot of things. It wasn't just, oh, that was a fucking weird dream, I'm so glad to be out. You were like, there is lessons and I am learning it, and you were like smooshing them together into your like physical realm, which is super unique. That's a very unique thing, and I'm sure even the very vivid dreamers out there, it's a very small percentage of people that have been able to have such a like unique, powerful experience that smooshes from the dream world or whatever realm that is into like the physical realm. I'm really proud of you for going right into that mode and knowing what you needed to do, and that you feel better as a result. Like you've been able to shed a lot of that stuff. So it was a self-healing within
I do feel a lot better, and I wish I could take credit. Like you say, you're proud of me, but like I said, it was instinct. Like there was no thought about what was happening. It's what I needed to do.
I'm proud of your instinct. I'm proud that you have the
instinct.
I'm very
And then, like I said,
amazed.
when I thought about it, I was like, that was really weird.
Yeah. No, the fact that you have that instinct and it is so strong within you, even though it wasn't something that you can say like you were consciously trying to do these things, like the fact that you are that aware and tuned in that that's the route you took, I feel like it's very commendable as far as your like spiritual being able to transcend the whole like different layers. Like that was amazing.
Wow. When I was done, I was all like shaking, and like I thought it was so weird, and I remember just thinking to myself that I was waiting for you and Dusty to wake up, because I remember I woke up even on the early side, like I probably was asleep for 4 to 6 hours, and I woke feeling like it was forever and being like, I can't wait for my roommates to wake up, like I need to tell somebody about what the fuck just happened.
Just hop into the bed in between us and be like, I need you guys to wake up right now. I need to tell you. And I'll be like, whoa, okay, I got you. What are we doing? Like, if you ever needed to share a tale, like, just wake me up. Okay. I will be right there with you. I'm on your team, dude. Yeah, and Rabbit, exactly. The credit lies in you listening to your instinct. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Well done. Round of applause.
Thank you. Oh, bow.
It's really special. I love hearing all of your stories because they're like no other stories that I've ever heard about this kind of stuff. I'm sure it happens out there, but like a lot of people don't talk about this kind of stuff because they think it's weird, or they talk about it in very specific circles. How many people go onto a live podcast and just share this stuff? And then honestly, like how many people are watching right now? We have 18 people watching. So there's only 18 people in this moment right now who are getting this information. And I think it's awesome to share these things and to kind of help other people that have similar type of things or maybe don't, just to understand what that is like. I love it. I'm so glad that you want to share all this stuff with all of us. It's all great.
Yeah, it used to be hard to share. And then as I've gotten older, like it is something that I've realized makes me unique and that I'm really good at. And, I've had my extraterrestrial, like it's something that like, the aliens that I see and like, some of my guides, like it's something they remind me of all the time. Like you need to keep doing this. Like this is something that you came here to be able to do. So I don't think that it's like my underlying purpose. I think that I'm here for a lot of things, but it is something that is really special to me, and it's something that I'm being encouraged from not only my living friends, but my invisible ones too, that I need to continue to do, and that it's very important. So
it's very special and important. So it's good. You got like, I've explained it like this before, like 1 foot in this realm and 1 foot in another.
Yeah.
Or in multiple other ones. Maybe you have a lot of feet in a lot of different realms right now, which is very, very, very cool. So, okay, as far as that was a great dream story. That was super good. I would love for you to tell your hotel story, because I feel like that is super profound as far as how you navigate to these different dimensions.
Yeah, so this is something that I have created over time. So like the movie Inception, like it's one of those, like how they're like, you have, these things that you can create. Like I feel like this is my given, where I know I can always go to it and I know that I'm safe. It's my space.
And you can go on purpose. Like
I can go on purpose.
You can be like, okay, go to the hotel, beep,
yes,
and you're there. Okay.
I used to go to it a lot more often. I feel like now I'm a lot more comfortable going from one place to another without having to use it as a middle space. But I used to specifically use this space to get away from places and to go to new places. It's like it was a visual manifestation of a safe space. Now I feel like I go to it still. Normally it's at the start of dreams rather than like choosing to go in the middle of a dream. Now I feel like when my dream starts off that way, I always know I'm dreaming when I'm there. So when my dream starts off with it, I know in that moment, oh, okay, like I'm going somewhere. I'm not creating something, I'm going somewhere. it's almost like my little time travel box, you know.
God, so fucking cool.
It's fun. It's really beautiful. Every time I never go into it. I always end up looking at it. It's just a square building with really beautiful white molding and gargoyles on it. And a gigantic black door with really amazing golden knockers on it. It's just a square
Nice
building.
knockers.
Yeah, nice knockers.
Sorry. I couldn't resist. I was like, don't interrupt. But I'm like, we're talking about knockers right now. Okay. Sorry.
Please.
Hi, Tony. By the way, hi, Tony. Hi, Buttery. Hi, all of you guys. I'm so glad you guys are all here. But I'm glad Tony popped in.
Yeah, totally. Me too.
Okay. Unpause at the knockers, please.
Yeah, knockers. Okay. Yeah, so I'm always looking at it. So it's kind of like a gray sepia when I'm outside of it. I am looking at it. It's just almost like a Victorian mansion style, but inside it's a hotel. So I always appear looking at this building, and it's just a dirt road, and it's kind of like there's no trees or anything around it. It's like a plain area with like brown grass, and then the sky is always kind of an orangish red at the bottom and kind of like a brown at the top.
Is it foggy? Is there a weird fog?
Kind of foggy. A little foggy, but not where I'm standing. It's kind of just misty in the background. So it's kind of just like it's very moody. But when I go in, these doors, there's no windows. It's just these giant black doors. When I go into these doors, I go in, and the building is gigantic on the inside. It's so tall, and it's red velvet carpets, and there's no desk, there's no person in it, and then it's gold molding and a coffered ceiling on the top with like a dome in the middle. And then there's one elevator door, and it's like a old-timey gate elevator with this giant elevator button that's gold and only has one button on it. There's not an up and down. It's just a one button. Bing.
What does it say on the button?
Nothing. It's just a gold molding. Everything is gold and red and like white in this building. Wow. So I always go into the elevator, and in the elevator there's also only one button. And it does have the old-timey dial that would show you the floors normally at the top, but there's no floors. I push the button, and it goes from one side to the other side, and whenever it dings and the arrow reaches to the other side, I am somewhere else. So that's my kind of interdimensional
Is it of your choosing? Or
Depends.
is it, okay, sometimes you get to be like, I want to go to this place, and you can hit the button with the intention.
Doesn't
and then
happen
it takes you
very
there?
often. It doesn't happen very often, but I have done that, yes. There's been times I've wanted to get to certain magical places that I really have a affinity for, that I'm like, oh, I'm at my hotel, like maybe I get to choose, but normally when I go there, it's either to escape somewhere, which, like I said, these days it's not been like that. It's I go into my dream, I see this hotel, and I know that I'm going somewhere that's important. I go with the knowledge of, like, you know, sometimes it's intimidating. Sometimes I get nervous, and it takes me a second. I have to walk around kind of the lobby area, I guess, for a second, because I'm kind of like, I don't know where I'm going, you know? And so, but it's my safe space. It's where I go every time I need to be safe. And like I said, it's kind of like my little time machine.
So has it always sent you to places, since it's your safe space, has it always sent you to places that you felt were safe and meaningful for you? Or have you ever opened the elevator door and it's a scary, not good thing, where you started being like, that
yes.
wasn't very safe?
So one of my interdimensional traveling dreams that was, for everybody else that doesn't know, I every once in a while will have stories play out in my dreams. So I will have a dream, and then over the course of a week to a month, I will have a different episode, essentially, of the dream happening every night. And the story concludes whenever it concludes. But I will sometimes have a series of dreams that are all the same. So one of the places that was not super awesome in the beginning that I totally think was real, it was kind of my, like, Harry Potter land almost, is I went into the elevator and I came out into this giant mall. It looked like a mall. So, like, big, you know, white, gigantic hallways, and in each door after I exited the elevator, there was all these people coming out, almost how I call it like Harry Potter, where they all come out of the fireplaces.
Sure.
So it's kind of like that. Everyone's coming out of these different realms, essentially, and they're all coming into this. Not all of them look human, and they're all coming into this big area. And everyone's like, some people have suitcases, some things are not human looking at all, you know, like things are just coming here together. And when I first popped out, this dream began with me confused. I was like,
what the fuck is this shit?
yeah, like, where am I? What's going on?
Where's the lizard people on a mission? Like, where are they
totally,
going?
like, and everyone was on a mission. Like, it was like going to the mall, you know. And I remember asking somebody, and they were kind of rude about it. Like, I don't have time for this. I have somewhere to be, is kind of like what their response was. So I was like, okay. So I just kind of like kept walking through, and I ended up meeting up with this girl. She had really curly brown hair. And she was like, oh, I found you. Like, oh my gosh, I didn't know when you'd arrive. I thought you were going to come here. Like, I found you. I was like, okay, what am I doing here? And over the course of the couple weeks that this dream happened, I ended up, like, she found me, and then she took me to, it was like kind of like a school. And in the school, it seemed kind of normal. So it was like, you know, I wasn't like learning any magic or doing anything like that, but I was around a bunch of magical people. So I was learning like certain different lessons and like going through the school and doing these things. And some of like the episodes that I would have in the night were just like kind of like some kind of regular dream that just played on top of this story, you know? So it was like, oh, me and these guys like went and like grabbed coffee somewhere and like did something, you know? But this dream ended with me actually battling this lady and this guy that I thought was a really good friend of mine. And my magical powers that I always end up with in my dreams is I create energy. So like I said, like when I realize I'm dreaming and I decide to do something and I choose to move energy, that's what I'm doing when I'm actually like using like my magical powers. So it ended with me having to escape. I found out that this lady, she was an older woman who was trying to befriend me for something, was taking advantage of and stealing the light from other people and a lot of these other kids. She was like the teacher essentially, but like she was stealing magic from people. And
like
so
Dr. Sleep.
Yeah, totally. Kind of like that. Less gory, but kind of like that. But she was stealing people's energy. And so I like went off on this conspiracy of like grabbing all of my friends and, you know, creating this uprising essentially that was happening. And the guy I ended up battling was part of it. So we're all running around, we're all doing stuff, but they kept finding us. So we kept leaving the building, trying to hide in like other people's apartments and do other things. And she kept finding us, and we didn't know how she kept finding us. And I was sneaking around in this school, and there was this big giant open room that I heard the lady, like the older woman, talking to somebody about what she was doing. So I was like peeking through and looking through the door, and I saw the dude. So instead of confronting them then and there, I ran and found my other friends, and I told my other friends they needed to go because I found out how she was finding out where we were. I said they needed to go hide because dude that was our friend that was talking to like the principal lady was talking to her. So if they left while he wasn't there, she wasn't going to know where they were. So I made them go hide. They went and found a hiding space somewhere. I told them not to tell me where it was. And I went back up to the room and I confronted them about it. And lost my friend. So the dude friend, I ended up murdering him. I'm a murderer, so everybody knows I'm a murderer. But ended up killing this kid and having to fight this like witchy lady. And it was energy balls. It was like whoever that Harukan guy is, you know, I was doing that. That's what I was. Kind of thing. Yeah, that's totally what I was doing. I was creating these light balls.
I've totally done that before,
and I was throwing them at people.
Awesome.
And yeah, dude, it was fucking nuts. So. Yeah, and then I ended up defeating this lady, and I found out where my friends were, and I grabbed their hands, and we all sat in a circle, and I told them that this was goodbye for now, and I never went back. And that was the only time that I was ever in that space, but that was one of the not good places that I went. You know, it started off kind of cool, where I was like, oh, I'm in this magical land that, like, probably, like, these people are probably real, and I was lucid the entire time. I knew that I was somewhere, you know, but I was on a mission doing something, and I thought it was to learn. And I think I just was there to battle these people. And that was how the dream ended. I said goodbye to my friends, and I said I'd see them whenever I can come back. But it was not going to be for a long time. And that was it. But those dreams were probably over the course of 2 weeks, you know. So every night I kind of went back into the dream where it left off.
Really? Mm-hmm. Over weeks in the same place with the same
Same place,
story,
same
just
people,
continuing,
same story.
you protecting them. Wow.
So,
Do
yeah.
you feel like you did some good as far as like being able to protect them?
Yeah.
In the end, like.
Yeah, all the
That was
people that
really
mattered to
cool.
me, except for the boy who was a traitor anyway, deserved it. They all stayed. I murdered him.
Sometimes you gotta murder people.
Sometimes you gotta murder
you know,
people.
Dicks. Like,
So,
look what you made me do.
Yep.
Wow. So do you feel like this was a place that was just had always been functioning like this, and this had been something that had been happening all the time, and then here you pop in and you were like, hold up, I see what's going on, and you were powerful enough to be able to fight that, or to be able to counteract it a little bit, and like murdering that guy and taking him out of the equation. Do you feel like this space is still operating as normal, but now with less negativity after you?
I mean, I do. So you saying that I have one foot in a bunch of places, I really truly think that's what it is. I think that for some reason I was needed there, because when I showed up, the girl, like I said, was like, "Oh, you're here finally, like we've been waiting for you," you know? So people were waiting for me, like I was supposed to be there for whatever reason for a certain amount of time. As far as my spiritual growth, it didn't have any aspect on that. I wasn't healing anything in myself. They didn't have symbolic meaning to it or anything. I was actually doing this thing. I had like a mission,
helping these other people.
I had a mission. I was like,
you were like the chosen one, like Harry Potter.
That's why I say it's kind of like Harry Potter, but it wasn't as cool. Harry Potter's way cooler. You know, it was more modern. It was like very modern looking, but it was just kind of like a secret place that gifted people went to, and I got to learn some stuff, and you know.
Do you have any desire to pop in and kind of check and see the progress? Like, just pop in to check
I never
and see
thought
the progress.
about it.
How are we doing? Are we doing good? Is this fucking energy vampire still stealing all your shit?
I never thought about it, because I think that when the dream ended and I was like, okay, I did what I came here to do. So, I will see you guys not in this lifetime, but I'll be back to see you guys. I think there was just this instillment of like, I'm going back there, but I was only needed for a minute.
Sure. Wow.
So.
Okay, so that was one of the, the dark rooms that you've entered from the hotel.
Yeah.
So what are some of the other realms that you feel like you have been able to go to that you love?
My fairy world. So I have a fairy world that I go to a lot that I don't get to choose to go to ever. I've been to it on and off throughout my whole life, and it's something that just happens, and when it does, I get really, really excited, because I always want to be there. It's the most magical place I've ever been to. The sky is like this like kind of purple color, and there's stars in the sky, kind of how ours is, and there's like, I can see like cosmos in the sky, so I can actually see all of this color, and it's always kind of darker, so almost like at dusk or dawn, kind of like aura to my surroundings. And it's just a garden. It's just like this forest full of all of these plants that I've never seen before, and they're all kind of glowing. They all have this like subtle like glow to them, and a subtle sparkle to them. So it's just this like glowing, sparkly forest, and there's these little light creatures. That's why I call it a fairy forest. There's these little teeny balls of light that'll come up, and they're like giggly, and they show me around every time I go there. They always show me around, and they're like, hello, it's good to see you again. And they show me around this place that's super fucking magical, and they're telling me about all the plants and about all the beauty, and they're happy to have me, and they're so excited to see me. And we just kind of hang out, and I'll lay in the grass and look at the sky. Like, it's almost just like I'm doing a nature walk, but in just this different place. And, these little giggly, teeny balls of light. And at the end of the dream, I always come to the same flower. It's my favorite flower in the whole forest. And it's this gigantic, almost looks like a lotus, but it's fucking huge. It's like car size, and it's bright pink. And it's like this glowing pink lotus flower with this white center and these big green leaves. And I always end my dream at this flower that I love so much. And that's my favorite place to go when I get to go there. It just doesn't happen all the time. It's pretty much like when the fairies are like, okay, you can come back, it's just these little giggly fairy creatures that are like,
fun.
Oh, hello, yeah, it's really cute. I like them.
I find it interesting, though, that you haven't been able to go there on command very often, and it seems like you have so much control over things, and that's your favorite place. That's like kind of sad, but at the same time, maybe it's just meant to be more special.
I think it's like whenever they they allow me to be there, you know? Or maybe I have certain specific fairy friends that are like, "Oh, I miss you," you know? But it's kind of just like when I'm allowed there, when they decide to open that door, my brain can tap into it, you know? But I don't think the door's always open. I don't think I can just go there.
Interesting.
So it's like when the door is open, my brain's like, "Hooray!" and I go, you know? But it's kind of just, I just end up there every time.
That is
and
so
I'm like,
cool.
"Oh, I love it." Yeah, it's the most beautiful place I've ever seen in my life. So, and everything, like I said, is just glowing, and it's just magical. It's
That
just
is
the most
so
magical place. And these
cool.
little, and they're all different colors of little light, but they're like teeny, teeny, tiny, almost like bugs. And they're giggly and kind of jingly, you know, but I feel like they're just giggly, and they don't talk with
Jingly.
words. I feel like they talk through me, but I always know what they're saying, but I don't feel like I hear their words.
Okay.
I feel like I know what they're saying to me. It's like just this understanding of what they're saying, but they do make a giggly sound. It's like a high-pitched kind of like giggly sound, but it's just these like
That sounds
lights.
so
They're so cute. It's my favorite.
Chin says, with my luck, I'd run into a Venus flytrap the size of a car in my fairyland. Feed me, Chidley.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Oh, Rabbit says, all of this is so good for my brain to listen to. Thank you so much for sharing.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for listening, you guys.
Yay. I love that everybody's so stoked about it. It's the funnest conversations. I love it. It's so magical. Okay, Fairyland. Love it. What other magical or interesting places from your hotel? Because I
My
think that's
hotel.
so cool, having that be the portal to all of these realms. So
I
neat.
mean, you know, they've put me in weird dreams before where it's just like, you know, obviously I'm trying to figure out something in myself. You know, there's like riddle dreams that I've been put into before. But like I said, every time I go there, I always learn something. So sometimes I'm not always going somewhere. I'm just going somewhere, you know. So, but it's always important whenever I'm at the hotel. Like I said, I go into my dreams knowing that I'm dreaming. So it's one of those places where like I don't find out I'm dreaming later. It's like kind of a sign to myself that like,
Yeah.
okay, you are willingly walking into this elevator and going somewhere. So they're different every
crazy.
time though. Sometimes it's just like I said, it's manifestations of something that I'm working through. Sometimes I go into kind of a chaos, and I always learn something. I always know why I'm there, but I always kind of have to do something. But I think as far as like profound places it's taken me to, those are my favorite.
Was the witch dream accessed through this portal?
The one where I died, the one where I was hung. No, it was not. But that was one of my other series dreams. That one probably lasted a week. So that was another one of my like episodes, you know.
Do you want to tell that one? I love
Yeah.
the start. Oh, this is a good one. Okay, start. I'm gonna go pee real fast, but just start telling your thing.
Will you put more coffee?
Of course I will.
And
Of
whipping
course.
cream in there for me?
Yes, yes.
I was doing heavy cream in that too.
Okay,
Thanks.
I got you.
Thank you.
I got you.
I was
Keep
sad it was
heavy.
gone, so.
No problem.
Well, I did. I totally died. Let's see. Oh, I love that you get to go to a pretty mossy creek. That's awesome. Isn't it the best to have beautiful starting points? That totally sounds magical. Yeah, totally. I think that that's great. I think that that is a really awesome way of reoccurring as something that you're familiar with. Yeah, going and starting at an old house. I think that's good. Hopefully it's a house that you felt comfortable in and it's like an actual home to you. Yeah. Well, good. I'm glad that you guys have also had experiences like this. That's fantastic. And I'm glad that like everyone seems to know what I'm talking about. I haven't had to like define anything or answer the most questions. You know, which I'm always happy to answer questions, but I think it's cool that you guys are all kind of on the same page when it comes to the understanding of where your dreams are at.
Yeah, we got some pretty good people that are part of this whole podcast chat thing. It's introspective folks.
Yeah.
And even if people aren't really familiar with it, I feel like everybody's always really interested. We don't have a lot of weirdos, haters, or anything like that.
I mean, yes, we have all the weirdos, but no haters.
Weirdo, yes,
yeah.
right, yeah.
You guys
Yeah,
are
yeah,
all
yeah.
weirdos.
True. Yes.
Okay, which dream? So
Which dream? Oh, which dream?
yes,
This
the
sounds
one where I
crazy.
died.
Okay, buckle up, guys. This is some crazy shit.
So this dream starts with me being a completely different person, actually. I have blonde hair. I have really bright blue eyes. And I'm wearing this black, like, old-timey dress that kind of ends at my knees with black tights, pointy black shoes, and I have lace gloves on. And I remember when my dream started, I was, like, acknowledging what it was that I looked like and what I was wearing. So I go to this carnival, and at the carnival, I was in this store, and I was trying to buy something in the store, and I remember the shopping, like the clerk was telling me I wasn't allowed to buy this thing. And I was like, I don't understand. So I'm like getting into this argument with this clerk, and like was very confused about like why I was here and what was going on and like why I'm not allowed to buy this thing. And this kid comes in. He's got dark brown hair. It's kind of like slicked back. He's wearing a black button-up t-shirt tucked into some black jeans with black shoes. And he stopped me from talking to the clerk at all, grabbed my hand and said, "Hey, you're wasting time. I need you to come with me." I was like, okay. So I stop what I'm doing. I go with this guy, and he shows me this zip line that goes into the clouds. So like you can't see the end of the zip line. And he was like, I'm gonna like, we need to meet here, but you have to go do some other stuff. So throughout the dream over the course of a week, some of the things that I had to do is I had to gather different herbs and I had to gather different rocks. And there was a time limit that we had, and there was an understanding in myself that there was a bunch of people that were relying on me to bring my part of whatever it was that we were doing. So it was late at night, and like over the course of days, like some dreams would be just me going on a mission looking for, you know, like thistle, and like that was the dream. Like I just had to like go and find all of these things. So the last part of the dream, which is the most important, I end up meeting with them in this place in the woods, and everybody has little bags of what they were supposed to bring. And he was like, okay, you know, did anybody notice anyone following any of you? And I was like, no. And this one girl, she was this black girl that had curly hair up in a bun, and she had like, I remember thinking she had this really beautiful lacy necklace with like a jewel in the middle. It was this bright green jewel, and she was also wearing all black. And she was like, I totally think that somebody's following me. And as soon as she said that, all of these people came in. And we were like, oh, fuck. So we're like running forever. We're like running around, and dude takes my hand and starts running with me, and everyone kind of scattered. And we're all trying, he said out loud, meet at the meeting place. So it was inconspicuous enough where like he felt like he could yell that. So we're all running, we're all scattering, and me and him were hiding. And while we're hiding, we go into this old pub, essentially. And he told me to wait here, and he would be back in a few days. So I'm in this old pub. I like walk in, and there's people sitting at the bar, and they're playing a board game. And on this board game, I remember very vividly that it was 1974 was the name of the board game.
1794, right?
1794,
Yeah.
Thank you. And it had like gold leafing around the edges with like a red border on the box, and then the cards that everybody were holding were black cards with the numbers on it. And I go in, and there's a bunch of people sitting there, and they were saying like, hey, you want to come play this game with us? And I was like, I don't know how to play this game. And they're like, well, you're already playing it. And I was like, okay. So
That's super cryptic
Yeah.
and weird. You're like,
so
okay.
I was like, okay. And the lady behind the bar was like, I need you to come downstairs for a second. So I go downstairs, and it's in this like washroom. There's like a big sink that had a bunch of water in it and all these clothes hanging everywhere. And everybody that was at the bar playing this game came downstairs and like kind of gathered around me, and she said, "I heard that you found all the things that were necessary. Do you have them on you?" And I looked at her. I didn't have them on me, but I also was like, I don't know who I'm talking to right now, so I'm not just going to tell you what I know. And then brown-haired boy comes in, and he was like, "Hey, sorry I took so long," which it wasn't days. It wasn't a couple days. He just like popped back in. "Hey, sorry I took so long. I lost the bag. One of the other people took it." So I was like, okay. So we all sat down there and we were talking about how, like, what was happening essentially. And they were talking to me about how, this is very important for the uprising. Like, there was like a revolution happening amongst all of these people with whoever was in charge. And he was telling me that we need to go figure out who has this bag. So he's like, in a day, we're supposed to go meet up with everybody else at the zip line. Why don't we all just meet there? And one of the people that's supposed to meet there is going to have the bag. And we go there, and there's nobody there. And we waited for a very long time, and nobody showed up. So he was like, okay, so let's go on the zip line. And when I tell you to let go, I need you to let go. And like I said, it went into clouds. You can't see where it went. So I was like, I don't really like the sound of this. It took coaxing on his end to get me to go on this thing. Like, I was like not stoked about the idea of just letting go. But I was like, okay, like, I trust you is pretty much what it turned into. Like, I trust that you know what you're talking about. So it was a holding zip line. You weren't attached or anything. It was just a wooden bar. I held onto the zip line and I jumped off, and I'm going through this fog, essentially. I can't see anything around me at all. I can barely see the dude in front of me, and he's kind of just like a silhouette in the clouds. And I see him let go, and he says, "Okay, let go." And so I closed my eyes and I let go of this thing, and I dropped down into this, it was like a kind of like a tower shaped. It was all gray bricks and had, that very like medieval classic mezzanine shape on the top of it. And we dropped and fell down onto this mezzanine and kind of like rolled. And he was like, "Okay, welcome to the secret place." And we go down some stairs, and it's like this lab. It was like a futuristic lab on the inside of this secret place. And they were telling me all about this revolution that was going on and like the history about why. It's like they were catching me up to speed on like what I was even doing. Because up until this point, I didn't even know what I was doing. I was just doing what people told me to do. I need you to go find these things. And I was like, okay.
So what was the revolution about? What was it?
They were unhappy with somebody that was in charge, and they were trying to extinguish our kind of people. It was like a witch hunt, was essentially what was happening. So we were running away from people that were out to get us. Okay. And they were against what this person was doing. And I can't even tell you what exactly this person was doing to everybody. Because that was not something that I left the dream with. It was one of those conversations. I just remember.
It's not really relevant. You just knew the gist.
I just knew the gist. Okay. Yeah, it was like a witch hunt that was going on. So we were in this lab, and they were talking about how, like, we have eyes on different, people, and that, like, we have, like, radars. And as soon as they're talking about this, where it's like, they won't be able to penetrate this building, these fucking guys come in from the windows, break the windows, and they grab all of us. They snatch us all up.
Oh, man.
They like, knocked us out, right? So, like, I remember falling over, and when I woke up, I was chained to this dungeon wall. And the last two dreams were actually horrifying. They were doing all of these really terrible things to me. They were torturing me in a lot of really awful ways. I remember them stretching my limbs. So feeling that like limb stretching that was going on. They were breaking my fingers. They were, like beating me up. They were doing all these really shitty things. And I remember too, like in my real life, going into this, waking up from that dream and being like, oh my God, like, okay, I'm glad that dream's over. And then the dream the next night was more torture. So it was like 2 days of torture that I was experiencing through this dream. And they told me that they were going to kill me. That was the next thing, unless I told them where these people were and what they were planning on doing. So they didn't know what the ritual or whatever kind of magic that they were going to be doing. They didn't know what was going on. They got me, who is an important person in it, to tell them, and my response to them was, no matter what you do to me, no matter how bad you hurt me, I will never tell you what's going on, and you will never break my spirit. You can kill me, and I'll come back just as rebellious about this situation as I was, essentially. Like, you can kill me, but you'll never break my spirit, is essentially what came out. And they did. They killed me. And that was how that series of dreams ended. So, and it's interesting kind of talking about it with the hotel and school experience. I feel like they're kind of in a similar vein as far as like realm vibe. I've never told those stories back to back like that, and I feel like now that I'm thinking about it, energetically they feel very similar.
Interesting.
I feel like the one I died in was very past life emotion with the past life experiences I have had. I feel like I was just kind of reliving something, whereas the other one I felt like I went back. But I wonder if that's essentially where I was going back to, was that area.
You being killed, though, did you wake up as soon as you died? And then that was the end.
And that was it, and it never continued.
Do you remember what it felt like to die in the dream?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't see anything. I just remember it being quick. And I remember thinking to myself that I thought it would hurt more, and it didn't. I remember, like, the afterthoughts. I remember the light kind of dying out. But I don't, and I remember the feeling of my heart and, like, my adrenaline. I remember my adrenaline pumping and kind of feeling my heart starting to slow down. It was poison. They poisoned me, which honestly is not the worst way to go out. But I remember feeling like that kind of, like, surrender to, like, what's happening to you. Like, I no longer was, like, existing out of consciousness. I remember just kind of being like, oh, I thought this was going to hurt more,
Interesting. And that was a whole series of dreams that you would wake up, live out your entire day, go back to sleep, and you would pick up right where you left off. And this happened over, like, a week?
Over, like, a week. Yes. Until I died. So that was, and as far as, like, series dreams, those are the two most prominent dreams that I've had, where it's not just a day or two. It was, like, a long time that these dreams were just, it was like I was literally living in another life when I was sleeping.
Were you fearful because of the story to go to sleep that night and go back into it? Or were you kind of, like, interested and intrigued and wanting to go continue the story?
I don't really remember how I felt about it. I remember gasping when I woke up after I died, like gasping for air. But I don't know. I don't think that I was afraid. Like, that didn't stand out to me, I guess. It didn't stand out to me how I felt the next day. It was just the dreams that kind of stood out to me.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering if you're like, okay, well, that was a weird one. And like, okay, going back to sleep tonight. Like, here we go again.
I might have.
We're doing
I might
this
have been
crazy shit, because that sounds like intimidating to be like, fuck, okay.
Well, and that dream happened years ago. So that one was like 4, 5, 6 years ago, maybe. So that one was older. And I don't really remember how it affected me in my daily life. I just remember the dream. It was profound enough and unique enough for me to have it stick out above all the other dreams that I have all the time.
Do you feel like the year 1794 or whatever it was, do you feel like that was very, like, pinpointing that there was something past life-wise that you dealt with where you were persecuted and it was direct to that year?
I don't know. I think the numbers themselves represent things. The number, I left that dream and that being one of the most profound things in that dream. So that part, like the board game with the numbers, and then me dying were the most profound parts of those dreams to me. Like, those are the ones that I can still feel when I talk about it, is seeing the board game, just like the feeling of acknowledging the numbers. And then when I died and saying, you can kill me, but no matter where I am in the universe, you'll never break me. I'm always going to come back, and I'm always going to believe this shit. I'm always going to fight for what I think is right.
Well, I found it interesting when they were like, oh, you're already playing it. You're like, I don't know how to play the game. They're like, you're already playing it.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? And all those people that were playing the game were the ones that came downstairs who
Yes.
were a part of this whole rebellion thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I find it very interesting that year might have some kind of significance. And you will never know. I mean, maybe you will at some point, but in this moment, there's no knowing. But it stood out so distinctly to you.
Yeah, the numbers did. And then, like I said, the death did, but I've died in dreams before. And that death, as far as standing out, like, didn't stand out as much as, like, when we all have falling dreams and I've fallen on the ground and, like, watched my body being taken away. I felt like those were more significant than the actual act of death in this dream.
Just more symbolic to the...
It was more symbolic. It was more of, like, no matter what lifetime I'm in, I will always fight you, you know? And that's kind of what I took away from the dream, is that I have always fought these things. Like, there's these dark forces, and I still feel that way. I've had other kinds of dreams, you know, where I've even had, like, training where I've practiced fighting these dark things. Like, I've always had dreams my whole life of fighting these dark people that I respect, but are fucking with the things that I love. And I'm like, don't fuck with the things that I love, because I will fucking fight you.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, we're going to torture you forever and kill you if you don't stop or you don't tell us what you're doing. And I'm like, I don't care if you torture or kill me, because I will come back and do the same shit over and over again.
I fucking love it. That's so powerful.
Yeah.
I love that Rabbit says, I wonder if you've ever worked in the same rebellions.
Maybe. I think that the light and the darkness, like, I think there are sides, you know? And I've always said my whole life that I'm not here to fight the darkness, but I will. And I respect the darkness and I respect the power. I don't think that light is more powerful than dark. I think that they're very similar, because I have lost battles before. I think that we just have sides and different morals, and I think there's always been, in a universe of, you know, even molecular structural battling, where there's a positive and a negative, you know? I think they're both just as powerful.
Yep.
And I respect it, you know? I respect it, but, like, I'll be fucking damned if you think you'll get the better of me, because I won't.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, a lot of people have always been like, well, the light can overcome anything. The light can overcome the dark. And I'm like, sometimes. But I don't think that it's mutually exclusive, that light automatically trumps dark.
Yeah.
I think that it's always a balance, and sometimes we win and sometimes we don't win.
Yes.
And we can choose what side that we want to operate in predominantly, but we also have to have a balance as well.
And in this case, I didn't win. I lost. But I told them I knew I was going to come back, and they still wouldn't break me. Like, you can do anything, but you won't break me. That's the one thing I know you won't do.
That's the fucking power, man.
And that's where
awesome.
the power comes from.
Yep. And here you are, again, in this life, you know, doing the same thing. Fighting the good fight.
Yep.
That's so interesting. That dream specifically is so just detailed and so interesting. Like, I wish that there was, like, a movie or a story, book or whatever written about that. Like, it's a really good story.
I have been told and asked before to write a book about my dreams. And I've thought about it. I just, you know. It just is a lot of work.
I would really love that. I think that would be really special. And even if you had, like, a blog website or something like that, where as you have these new dreams, you could update the blog, and then people can follow it, and then they can kind of stay up to date on your dreams. Even if it was a Facebook page or something like that, where you just update it with the newer things and people can follow if they want. Somewhere for you to archive them for your own self, but also to invite other people to share it with you, because it's so interesting. Like, I think it's great. But a book, like a physical book, like that would be really amazing.
I've thought about it, and I've had people
like
ask me to. So I've thought about it. We'll see. Maybe
Fucking
one day.
Do it.
Maybe one day.
Fucking do it. Man, wouldn't it be interesting if you put this out there publicly? And people were like, holy fuck, I've been to that place too. Or like, I was one of the game players or whatever. Like, maybe you'll find other people to connect with if you actually put it out there.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe not. But that would be really interesting if so. It would be crazy. Ooh, Sarah said she'd love to illustrate the book. That's awesome.
Yeah, I would love for you to illustrate
That's
the book.
really cool.
Your art's epic.
Yeah. Okay, you got one customer.
Sick.
Harry will buy your book.
All right.
Badass, dude.
Yeah, $20 in my pocket.
Oh, Dusty says, if you only had an accessible Twitch streaming studio. Oh,
I know. I've thought about that too.
that's also true.
I know.
You could totally do that if you
Do
chose
like
to.
Dream World.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've thought about it.
Holy shit. Well, if there's enough interest, then maybe it'll kick in the butt.
We'll talk more about it, and you guys are all invited.
Okay. Honestly, I think like a TED Talk type of thing, putting it out there to more people would be just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
I love that you now want to share these things, because for the longest time, like you said at the beginning of this, like you didn't have anybody you could really talk to about it. And even if you did talk to people about it, they didn't quite get it. And they'd just be like, that's weird. Moving along, you know, and you're like, okay. You know, so now in this world, finding more like-minded people that at least are interested, you know, at the very least, like, believe that you are doing these things. So you're not starting from the very beginning where you're like, let me explain to you how this works. You're like, okay, you already get that. Here's what's going on. And it's really, really cool. So I hope that at some point you will document it properly.
Yeah.
And I had thought for many, many, many years ago, and it's still something that I would like to do, and maybe this is something that we can do together. This would be awesome, is I had my idea of doing a compilation book called And Then I Woke Up, where it's compilation of different people's dream stories. So you can get this book, and then therefore it's like short stories. So each little chapter is different people's dream stories, which I think would be really cool to give like a platform for other people that have really profound dreams as well to share their stories. I thought it would be really neat to do that. And it's been something that's like been in the back of my head for like a long time.
Totally.
So I'm like,
We've
it's
talked a
so
lot about
interesting.
it,
Yeah, it's so interesting. And I want to A, put that out there, and B, give people a like a safe spot to be able to share this stuff. And then, hey, if you don't want to read the book and you think it's bullshit, you don't have to fucking read it. Fuck you, you know? But if people are interested, it can be very, very, very cool.
Yeah.
So we'll have to think about that.
Think about it.
We already got customers. It's really great. So I meant to turn off the redemptions, but JT, hello, my darling friend JT. I'm so glad that you're here. But you know what? Since it is relevant, we're gonna give it a go.
Okay, well, you do a redemption. I have to pee, so I'm going to pee.
Okay. And the question is, will Tayvia be a returning guest host? No. All signs point to yes. Let's see. It is certain. The 8-ball speaks. That's fucking awesome. Oh, Judy, thank you so much for the follow. We are so happy to have you. Thanks for coming in. And JT, I'm so happy that you're here. I'm glad you popped in. We're having a really super interesting episode right now. We've got Tayvia as the guest again, and she is talking in depth about her experiences in the dream world, which sounds like there's a lot of different places one can go while physically sleeping, whether it be actual interdimensional, whether it's places we create for ourselves, whether it's places that already exist that we go into. So it's very interesting kind of hearing different tales of these places. So okay, so far we've talked about your hotel, which is your middle ground. We've talked about the fairy land, which exists outside of yourself. You did not create that environment.
Yeah, we've talked about my 2 witch stories. We've talked about childhood stories. Let's see. We've talked about me getting trapped in my loop. Actually, so one of the other stories I was thinking about. You guys ready?
I'm ready. I'm so ready. Good.
So when I was telling that last story, I actually paused for a second because I had something else totally going through my head. I was talking about how I've had other stories where I feel like I'm being trained to fight these dark entities, right? So something recently that happened, it was a month and a half ago, maybe. No, it was probably more like 3 months ago, end of summer. I had this training dream. And so I notoriously have sleep paralysis. It has not turned into a issue until I got older. When I was a kid, I used to not see anything. I would just wake up, not be able to move, be like, fuck, kind of panic a little bit, and be able to either wake up or fall back asleep. You know, like either what it is. About 3 months ago, I had this dream where I woke up in this sleep paralysis and I was stuck. And as I was stuck, I looked down at the edge of my bed, and there is this black boy sitting at the corner of my bed with red glowing eyes. And he's wearing just like a loincloth. Bald, has kind of really long, skinny fingers.
Oof.
And he's smiling at me.
That's spooky.
And
as
I
fuck,
was just
dude.
looking at him, kind of just like, okay, I see you. And he starts pinching me. He starts like pinching my body and like really hard. And I could feel it. I could physically feel him like pinching me. And I started kind of like getting my body to kind of jolt. And I started screaming. And this is when I realized that I wasn't completely awake, because my mouth actually opened and I started screaming, and I was yelling for Sammy and Dusty. I was like, somebody come help me. Like this boy is hurting me. And I ended up getting movement in my body, and I sat up, and when I sat up, he disappeared. And all I could hear, it was kind of like a voice floating around the room. All I could hear was, I would like to see you try to stop me. And he disappeared at this point, so he no longer, I could see him. And all of a sudden I keep feeling these pinches, and it like hurt. It was like somebody was like pinching me really hard, and I started just like yelling for help. I was like, somebody please come and help me. And as I yelled for help, there's this girl that showed up, and she was short, had really long blonde hair, and these bright glowing blue eyes. And she told him to go away. And she sits on my bed next to me, and she asked if I was okay, and I just started crying. I was like, that was really scary. It really hurt. Like, I don't know why he would do that. And she said, well, he's here for a reason. So I need you to do something for me. I was like, what can I do for you? And she's like, I'm going to send you into a series of dreams, and you need to recognize him. You need to know how to find him. And he's going to be there in every dream, and he's not going to look like him. And you need to find him.
So
I was like,
up.
okay.
Like, I don't want to do that. That sounds like shit.
I agreed. And I fell asleep. I laid down. She actually helped me fall. So I guess it was a false awakening in my dream. So I lay down, and she's stroking my hair, and she put me to sleep. And first dream happens. I am serving in this building that has like this really magnificent pool at the bottom, and I'm serving wine to people. And there's this guy in the dream that's like this, like almost Jabba the Hutt, like big, like, I got all the money kind of guy, and he's super rude. And he keeps doing really mean things to me. And I, going into this dream, forgot that I agreed to do this. So I'm in this dream, I'm like just trying to figure out what's going on. And all of a sudden, it clicked in my head, that's him. So I looked at him and I said, I know who you are. And his eyes lit up red, and the dream immediately changed. Second dream happens. I'm in the woods, and I'm being chased by wolves. And these wolves are chasing me, and I'm running, and I'm terrified. Again, forgot that I'm here for a reason. I'm just running away. My heart's pounding. I trip, I fall over, and there's this wolf above me that's snarling, and out of his mouth he says, I'm going to eat you. And it clicked. Oh, I'm here to see you. I'm here to identify you. And I said, I know who you are. And the eyes of the wolf lit up red, and the dream changed. Dream changed again. Third time, I'm walking through this party. There's this creepy guy standing in the corner of the party, and without hesitation, without him doing anything to me, I turned and I looked at him and I said, I see you. I know who you are. And his eyes lit up red, and as soon as that happened, I changed, like my dream changed into this really beautiful place. And the girl appeared, and she said, you learned how to identify him quicker, you win. Like, you passed the test. And I said, what was the reason for this? And she was telling me, she was walking me down this beautiful, it was almost like Greek columns, and it's like this archway, and in the distance we're walking down this brick road that has all these it's like hot pink rose flower petals that are flowing towards us. And as we're walking, there's this like aperture that's pointed, it's like a point at the top, and it's round, and we're walking towards it really slowly. And she's talking to me about that I'm not going to know why I need to identify who this person is and what this feels like, but it's very important for me to know how to identify the darkness when it's around me. She said,
wow.
So my question to her was, are you guys working together in this? And she said yes. And I was like, I got mad at her and was like, he like was really hurting me. And she's like, essentially life is pain, you know, like, yes, he was really hurting you, but didn't it teach you how to identify him quicker? I was like, yeah. She's like, well, that was the point. You were here to do that. So we're walking and I was asking her a bunch of questions. And one of the questions I asked her is, okay, what is he? And she said his name. I can't remember his name, but she said what he is. And I was like, okay, so he's like a dark force. And she said, yes. She said, he's not the darkest that you will come across in your existence, but he is darker. She said that he has good intention, though. And I said, okay. And she said, you know, not everything is black and white. It's like, all right, so what are you then? So she told me what she was. And I was like, okay, so does that make you like an angel or something? And she said, if you want to use that term, I can be called as an angel. I was like, okay. So I'm like trying to figure out what's going on. And as we're walking down this rose petal, you know, path, our conversation turned from me asking questions into like just small talk. And I remember we were laughing and she grabbed my hands and she said, okay, because you passed the test, if you could do anything right now in the world, what would it be? And I said, I want to fly. I said, I want to fly. Yes.
Finally, you remember.
I know. And I was like, that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. I want to fly, you know? And she was like, sick. Okay. So she walks me to this aperture. And I alluded to this story earlier. This was when she said, okay, the wind that's blowing towards us right now is magic wind. So if you lean into it and you let your feet come up off the ground, you'll be able to fly. And I did. And I flew around for a while in this crazy looking like white Greek, you know, structured area and flew around for a little while. And she said bye. And that was it.
Did she fly with you or were you flying by yourself?
Me. Mm-hmm. Yeah. She taught me how to fly and we flew around for a little while. And she was like, okay, like, good job, you know, bye, you know, and left. And that was it.
Have you seen her again in any other?
No, I've never seen her before or since. Same with the, like, black boy. I was just like, what's going on, you know? But so they were working together. So he was a darker being, but he wasn't evil. He wasn't malicious. He had good intentions. But they were working together. And when he was
hurting you, it wasn't like cutting your limbs off or breaking your fingers like something really bad. It was just pinching, which is annoying, but it hurt still
like
hurts.
Fucking shit,
it
dude.
still hurts, but it got your fucking attention without like injuring you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an interesting
and, you know, he was scarier when she told me he was going to be other things in dreams. Like, he was a creepy guy, which I didn't let him do anything creepy. I saw him from across the room, and I was like, I see you. I know it's you. And that was my final test.
It's
but the
very
first
important
2 times,
to be able to call out and to be able to pick out the dark ones. Like, that was a very good test.
It was a good lesson. And then the glowing eyes.
You've used in your waking life since in any kind of...
I mean, I feel like humans are easier to gauge when they're good or bad. I think it's when things can shapeshift and trick you.
Okay, so maybe not in your waking life, but is it a tool that you've used in your dream world since that time at this point?
I mean, not in that way. I feel like I've always done that in my dreams. I've always had a like you're not good, you know, like you're not a good person.
Your instincts serve you well.
Yeah, but there was purpose. She told me there's a reason, you know. I can't tell you what the reason is, but you need to know how to do this. And I was like,
maybe
okay.
it just hasn't presented itself thus far.
Not yet.
And it will be something that now you will know.
But I had to identify him because he changed forms every time.
With the wolf, and all of a sudden his eyes glow red, and then you're like, boop, next.
Yep.
Okay. Holy shit,
and it was
dude.
like, there was no ending. It was just like a flip of the switch. Okay, now you're in a new dream. And then it was... 3 dreams. So it was like 3, you get 3 tests essentially is what it is. And if you can find him and you can identify him in all 3 tests, then you win.
Who the fuck else has dreams like this? This
I don't know.
Is so interesting.
I don't know. I will never forget the way their eyes glowed though.
That's a good question, JT. Have you felt the magic wind since? That's a really interesting question.
Not like that. I always think that certain, you know, like wind, I always think that there's something wonderful about that feeling. You know, I love wind specifically. Like, you know, you can ask these guys, like when we have windstorms here and I hear it really kick up, I'll go put my face against the window because I'm like, oh, you know, like it's really windy out there, you know, like I really love that kind of stuff. But
you know what? That makes me think. I wonder, since you want to fly more often and it's not something that comes very easy, I wonder if you can call the wind.
Ooh, that's a good
In the
thought.
moment where you're like, okay, I'm lucid, you're like, oh, I got to get out of this place, or I just want to do something or whatever. Maybe you can summon
The wind.
the magic wind.
Maybe.
Oh, that'd be so cool. I hope you can. That's really neat. Good night, TJ. And good night,
Good
Steve, if you're
night.
still here. I love you guys. Wow, no, JT bringing that up. That's really an interesting thing about have you ever felt it again. I hope that next time, let's do a little test.
Okay. I'll try to remember.
When you're lucid, if it's in any way an appropriate time to do that, give it a go. Call it.
I'll do my best. I have a hard time even remembering I want to fly, but this was so real. Like it was another one of those I went into it knowing that I was not in my body, you know? Like it clicked to me when the lady appeared, you know? Because I was screaming for you guys at first and nothing was happening, and I was like, somebody help me, and then she showed up. It was like, okay, I'm here to help you, you know? It's like it took me asking for help to get help.
Yes. Yep. Oh, also.
I know.
Very
important. Yes.
Yes. Because you can't necessarily, you couldn't do it on your own in that moment.
Because I was stuck.
And you need
And then he
help.
disappeared and he kept pinching me, and I was like, where are you? And he's like, ha 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 ha. He was like laughing at me, and I'm like, like, it sucked. It was the worst.
That's so weird. That's a really interesting thing. Ooh, Rabbit says I summon the magic wind by breathing it in. Ooh, like pulling the magic into yourself.
That's
as
cool.
Opposed to it being an external force. That's really interesting. Chid. Oh, yeah, magic is always in the breath. That's very interesting. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's pretty fucking funny. Oh. Okay. Well, I guess at this point, since it's a topic of discussion right now, any of you guys that have lucid dreams or want to fly too, I guess any of you can try to summon the magic wind.
Summon the magic wind. Not Chid's kind, though. That sounds gross.
No. That's so funny. Wow, that is a good one. Another one of your dreams that I love so much and I find so extremely interesting is your Atlantis dream.
Okay, so that's past lives. So now we're getting into our past life things. Hold on, let me get my notes.
Is there, okay, before we go into past life things, now that we're still on the subject with these dreams, is there anything that you want to share in this moment? And we could open for questions too.
Yeah, anybody have any questions?
Open for questions, and we'll have Tayvia kind of share anything specific.
And then we'll get into past life after that. But do you guys have any questions or anything that you guys want to share?
Yeah, feel free to throw it out there. But while they're cooking on those, or, you know, maybe there's nothing. But, yeah, before we switch gears, do you have any theories on how these things work or any, like, I don't know, specific things that you want to add to
I don't know how it works, but I'm definitely, you know, after past life stuff, we'll talk a little bit more about, like, my astral traveling and, like, my aliens that I keep talking about. Because they give me subtle... I have things that are all working with me to try and understand, to try and help me understand why this is all happening. So, and these last couple years have been predominantly that, like, dream forward focused. And I think it's because I got afraid for a second. I had things that happened to me that made me really scared. And I kind of, you know, like, I had a bunch of things gather with me to be like, no, don't be scared. You need to do these things. And they're kind of helping me keep my interest, I guess, as well as remind me, like, these are special things. And I also think that me getting older, too, I think my age probably has a lot to do with it. Where they're like, you know, now that you have your other life kind of figured out and what you want to do in your waking life, you know, here's some other,
Gotta figure that
yeah,
out.
like it's like my whole essence is growing a lot right now, and this year was a really big one for me. My birthday was on the 22nd, so having my birthday be 11/22/22 this year was really big. And I feel like these last 2 years have been a lot of my the things that are working with me have really come out forwardly and told me what they need me to do from this. I don't know why though. I don't have theory as to why. I just, I'm being pushed in this way and they're like, this is something you really need to think about and you really need to focus on right now. So
Interesting.
and I don't know if it's for this lifetime. All I know is it's my last lifetime, and I might just need to practice here so that when I leave, I have all of the tools that I need to be doing whatever I need to do. So, but there is these universal truths, these like secret things that are happening that I don't have access to, that they do. That it's like the angel lady. She's like, I can't tell you why you need to know this, but you need to know this. And this is really, really important to pay attention to, like it might be things in my future existence.
Sure. Which, I mean, I truly believe that since we dream, or sorry, I guess we sleep a third of our entire life, theoretically, that because the dream world is so real and so palpable a lot of times, like I feel like it's training. I feel like a third of our life is dedicated to training in some capacity of how to operate outside of our physical body.
Yes.
When the time comes that we die in between lives, or if we're done, we don't want to come back and have physical manifestations, that therefore we only exist in energy form, and thought is how we navigate and maneuver and communicate 100%. There's no physical form to be able to do that. We can't speak the words, like intention and direct thought is our entire way of communicating and navigating through that. So I feel like our dream time here on this planet is almost predominantly training for the next step. And sometimes our brain throws out there weird shit. We're like, I don't know, I just dreamed about these like random things that is just stuff from the day where it doesn't make any sense. And I think our brain is firing stuff off, and then stress during our lives and different kind of input, watching movies or stuff like that. Like I think that can infiltrate, but the profound dreams that we have, or interdimensional kind of dreams, I do feel like there is purpose, like you were being told, is to learn these things and how to identify these things, how to use these available resources to our benefit, or maybe not in a benefit in like a greedy way, but in like how to maneuver, how to exist as pure thought and energy, which is not easy. And I don't think the majority of people on the planet will master that, or even begin to be able to understand what that means, which is why I think it's very confusing for a lot of people when they are in between lives and they're in the other realm, because they have no way to understand, no like frame of reference, no backlog of what it is. It's just all of a sudden like, what the fuck is this, and like, okay, well, you had this opportunity to work on these things, and unfortunately either you didn't remember your dreams, or you're not a visual dreamer, or whatever it may be that could be maybe hindering to some.
And I think
degree.
that it's not everybody's way of getting their calling too. It's always been my way. It's the easiest way for me to interpret the things we can't see. And I do, I did more in the past, but I do like meditation to get in those states too. But it is always that dopamine induced connection is what I feel like is causing me to actually feel most connected to my to the universe. And anything that gives me that is when I get most of the answers. So
cool. Look at Princess too. I'm on my last life too. How interesting.
You know what's so funny? I meet so many people there. So I've always said my whole life that I know I'm going to be experiencing an evolution in humanity. So my whole life, I've always known there's going to be something really big that's happening. And I knew that there was a transition happening in humans. And I've always said, I think that we're evolving to a new form of human. And I have met so many people in my lifetime that's been so short that know that this is their last life.
That's how
Sammy's
we
one of
bonded.
them.
Yeah, we bonded
You
right off
know,
the bat because
so-
I was like, "What the fuck? You feel like that too?"
And
Like,
there's a lot
I
of
meet
people that feel that way. I
and
think
now
there's
it's
a
more
new,
and more and more. Yep.
There's a new human that is coming in, and the ones that were here for a long time, such as all of us, I think are transitioning out. And then there's people like Dusty I've talked to where he's here for a little while to see the change happen. He gets to be, that middle person and actually witness that, human change that is going to be happening.
Yeah, he's the quintessential observer.
Yeah.
So he's like, all right,
he gets to carry the knowledge and the history.
Do the Kermit the Frog sipping the tea, like, okay, this is interesting. I'm just watching this. But as far as Sarah knowing, it's something that myself and Tayvia individually and all of these others, like, it's just something that we were born understanding and knowing. It wasn't something that we ever had to look into or ask ourselves. It was something for my entire life, which has influenced the way that I have lived my entire life. The decisions that I have made throughout my whole life since I was like a small kid was influenced by the fact that I know this is my last round and I'm checking out. And it was before all the shit went super crazy. But similar to Tayvia, I knew something gigantic and huge was coming that was going to change the way that the world is, the way the world operates, and the way that humans exist, and that this was my final time to wrap it up and enjoy what life has to offer before piecing out, because this shit's getting crazy.
Yeah, I was born remembering it just intuitively as well, but I actually have a memory of choosing to come back that I've had since I was a little kid. And in this memory, I was that kid that was a teeny tiny kid telling my mom that like I knew that I chose to be here. And I have a very specific memory of choosing to come back here, and in the memory there was an understanding that if I chose to come back, this was my last time around. I could either move on or I could come back one more time. But that was it. It was one more time. So I think it comes to us all different.
Yeah. Everybody has different instincts on things, and we all kind of know who we are to some degree upon entering this world. And some people are more of a product of their environments and being raised and such, and they're a little more pliable. And some of us have come in, like, I kind of think of it as like a computer or something like that. Some of us have a lot more downloaded files than others, and it doesn't mean that the ones that come with a brand new computer that there's anything bad or wrong with that. It's just a different phase in the evolution. So some people are farther along. I mean, in this planet we have elderly people who have experienced 100 years of things, and we have children who have experienced 4 years of the input. It doesn't mean that the children are less valuable. It's just they have not been able to experience and understand how the world really works based on the factors, and time being an issue. So, there's value to all different aspects of our experience. So I do feel that there is something to be said for those of us that do come in with a lot of downloaded information already, and it's just something that our instinct serves us, and like, okay, this is what we're doing, and this is what we should be focusing on this time around. And then as our lives evolve and we do get more visitations from these kind of things, beings or whatever, that kind of tell us, hey, pay attention to this, go on this path.
Yeah.
It's very special to feel like we have made this choice and we get one more round.
Yep, one more go.
One more round.
And it is really special, even though it's fucking annoying. I'm annoyed more often than not.
Yeah, it is weird, but it for me personally, it puts a pressure on me because my life, I want to see everything that I can physically within this time frame. I want to learn everything that I can within this time frame. I want to make as big of a mark and influence and inspiration to as many people as possible, because I feel like the goddamn hourglass.
Yep.
I'm feeling the hourglass so distinctly all the time that time is flying. It's very apparent to the degree where it makes me sad, and like I already am mourning the loss while I'm still here, which I'm working on that, where I'm trying to be more live in the moment, and I don't have to feel that, but I can't really help it. Like every day, I'm like, we gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go. Time's running out. When's it running out? I don't fucking know. I can't fuck around. It's more stressful, but I get more shit done.
Yes.
I'm not sitting around being fucking lazy. And just being like, whatever, we'll just do it next time, you know? Like, we don't have that luxury.
And I feel the same way. There's just a balance when it comes to that, because when I get too lost in that is when I get burnt out. And it's when I give way too much of my energy to all the things that I want to do, rather than prioritize where my energy should be focused in more. Because it's like, these are all the things I want to do if I only get one more time. Whereas there's certain things, and like I said, that's what's more being revealed to me now. Is like, okay, we know that these are all the things that you want to do, but these are the things you really need to focus on. This is the reason that we need you to be here this time. So, and I, having lived so many lives, I really feel like I've done so many different variations of things, and I've been passionate about so many different kinds of stuff, and it's, I am slowly starting to understand what my time needs to be invested in this time around, which is really cool. But it is intimidating, and, it took a lot of fucking work, and, I feel like these last couple years were predominantly, like, before you move on, you have to heal these things, because these things are only going to hold you back, and it's slowly being revealed, like, this is why you're here, and this is what you're needing.
That's what's interesting, is it's tailored for the individual.
Yes.
Like one of the biggest philosophical questions of all time, what is the meaning of life? There is no black and white answer to that fucking question. No. And it would be silly if it was. The meaning of life is to do this, no, for everyone.
Different for everyone.
No fucking way.
And we create our own purpose, too. So, like, maybe the reason that we're here, and, like, I do believe it's partly a choice, too, like, if these things were coming to me and telling me I had to do things that I didn't want to do, I wouldn't, because that's not who I am. So it's like, it's obviously being drawn by things I'm extremely good at and passionate about, which is where my choice comes in, and where my purpose to choose that comes in. And that's the beauty of being human, is we do have choice, is like, it's one of the greatest parts of this whole experience, is that we get to choose where that energy goes.
Yes.
But it's also why it's really hard for people like us, where it's just like, but what do I choose? Like, what?
There's only
there's
so
many different things,
time.
And there's only so much time. Yes, so it
brings
this anxiety.
Like Sarah saying, like, I feel like I have more lives. Like, you have more options and more time, but it doesn't mean to waste the time that you have here right now. But there is more to evolve as your story progresses. So in a way, it's a little bit less time sensitive. Which is good. So I think that might be a good time this time around, is to, like, evaluate and really figure out what it is that is most important to you as an individual in this life, and what things that you want to focus your energies and intentions on, and trying to, personally, this is how I feel, is trying to do your best.
That's
if you can do your best with everything, then that means you're
the best
winning,
you can do, and be as kind as you can be, and that is a win.
I think that is the, like, if there is an answer, one, like, blanket answer, like, if it's like gun to your head, one answer, like, I think doing your best, whatever that may be, is the most important.
And sometimes
thing,
doing your best is fucking taking care of yourself and not doing anything, but as long as you wake up every day and do the best that you can do, no matter how you feel, I think that that's the most important.
Yep. And the next time around, like, I think that the more lessons we learn this time, for those of you that are coming back again, the more we learn this time, the less trials and tribulations learning these lessons we will have to do the next time. Knock them out as much as possible, because
then you'll be where we are, and then there's all this shit happening. We're like, why is this happening? And it's like, well, because we have to wrap it up. Like, all the shitty things that happen probably are a result and ripple effect of other things that we have to deal with before we leave, because now there's only so much time.
It's cram time.
Yep.
So it's like cram time. It's like, okay, here's all the shit. What are you gonna do with it? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Yep.
What are you gonna do?
You gotta fix it. Yeah.
You're like, fuck. Calm down. It's like there ain't no time to calm down. Meteor could fall in your house right now, and then that's the end of that. So don't squander the chance.
Yep.
So I do personally just try. I try my absolute best at all times. all times to do my best and to be honorable human and stand by what it is that I feel and what it is that I want to, the life I want to live and how I want to portray myself to the world and the legacy that I want to leave behind and the energy that I give to others. Like, I really try my best all the time. And it doesn't mean that I'm perfect, but it means that I'm still fucking trying and I am aware and I am doing my best, which is why it sucks sometimes when it's like, well, your best isn't good enough. It's like, well, bitch, this is all I got. This is the best that I got in this moment, you know? But we should always be trying to do better and always trying to observe the things that, okay, even though I feel like I'm doing my best, there are still things that I can do better and always trying to do that.
Yes.
Yeah. That's super important.
Your best will never be good enough, but it is your best in the moment, and it always has to be good enough for the moment.
Yes.
But it's always going to alter and change because the better we get, the better we can be.
Goddamn right. Oh, that was good. That was really good. So it's not about stagnant. It's not about being like, okay, well, I'm just doing my best, so that's good enough for always and forever.
Yeah.
It's like
it's never going to be good enough. You have to keep doing it.
But as long as we know in our hearts that we are
doing our best,
and we are treating people with kindness and with love, and we are thinking before we speak, and we are being very aware of how our energy affects others as much as humanly possible, I feel like we have better energy that we can call to ourselves, and that it makes the learning and the healing process easier for us when we're not resisting and we're not chucking out, bouncing our negativity that we all feel in our daily lives, whether it be within us or external things. If we're trying to not deflect that out to others and all to the world all the time, then I feel like we're doing our best.
We're doing our best. And sometimes that is our best too, like I totally know what it's like to be resistant and to be like fucking over it and fed up with all of that. And sometimes that's all I can give, and it is my best in the moment, but it's not the best I can be, and I can always be better,
Can always be better.
I wake up every day and I think to myself, how can I be my best today? And like, what can I do better than I did the day before, and sometimes it's not better than the day before, and that's okay. But it's the human condition, and
You're
we
aware,
just kind of have to work through it.
You're aware of it. And there's so many people. I'm looking around this world right now, and it's one of the things that's the most frustrating is seeing how many fucking zombies that there are around this world right now, who are so self-consumed and so consumed with societal expectations and all of this fucking fluff bullshit that's being marketed and shoved down our throats of this is what it's like to be successful. You have to be fucking skinny and you have to have ass implants and all this fucking bullshit that's not the point, and there's nothing wrong with that.
The point of that, though, is like in my dream, where it's like you can do all these things to try and break me, but you're not going to be able to. We have to keep that resistance, because if we fall into it, then that's when things go awry.
We have to fight the system that's trying to steal that from us. We have to fight the
system, but also learn to exist in chaos. And it's so funny to have polar opposites always. It's that universal paradox always, every day. You have to know and understand both sides, and you have to, live and exist in that balance the best that you can, because it's always going to be chaos and it's always going to be serendipitous at the same time.
Yep. And Scar, okay, fair fucking question. What if I hate people, though? And you say you kid, but I know that it's only a half kid.
Don't worry, we hate people too.
This has been a thing that we have both been trying very hard throughout this life, especially in the past handful, 5 so years, working through, is looking at humans from like a outside perspective, above perspective. Like, it's hard to not hate what humanity has become in a lot of ways. Observing how easily swayed people are and how easily misled and directed away from the like introspection that we hold so dear, observing that, it is extremely frustrating. And I don't know if it's necessarily like, the exact definition of the word hate, but there's a lot of frustration and a lot of negativity when I observe humans and what they're doing to each other. But when it comes down to it, what I have learned personally is to try to look at the individuals that I find in this world who are the diamonds in the rough. You have to sift through the fucking shit, and those are the people that restore that little bit of faith in humanity that I think we so desperately need right now. Because if we are just reading the news and seeing how ridiculous everything is and not having the perspective of there are good, kind, loving compassionate people out there in this world, we will fucking fall the fuck apart. So it's okay to hate the masses, but we can't forget to see who's sitting right next to us.
There needs to be a level of understanding too, you know, like we're all here to create the worst and the best, you know, and it's when it gets off balance that we end up stuck in the kind of cycle that we've been in for so long. But, you know, like when I step back, my greatest thing that I do is that when I'm able to step back and look at it, I, you know, being a fucking history nerd and going into like the things that I want to do, like we've always sucked. Always. It's always, the masses have always fucking sucked. Even back to the ancient civilizations, from the time civilization started, and even tribes. Everything has always sucked.
Yeah, just
because
like
we always,
enslaving people and
we always
hierarchies
create chaos.
And
so
shit.
what are you going to do with it? How are you going to find the beauty in it? Where's the understanding going to come in, and how are you going to find the balance? You know, are you going to be choosing to be kind, or are you going to be choosing to not be? And both of those answers are correct depending on circumstance.
And then
Life is
how
circumstantial.
kind can you actually afford to be sometimes?
Yes.
It's the balance of
It's
finding
circumstance.
how to still be kind but also protect yourself, and also observe that a lot of people fucking suck, and that's not a responsibility to change them, because we can't change them, because they are their own individuals and they're going to do what they do regardless. So we just don't allow that energy into us and sucking energy from us.
Yeah, you can't only exist in kindness and love. You have to choose when enough is enough.
Yep.
And I think that is wisdom. You have to understand.
That's a toughie, because it's like Beatles, love
is.
is all you need, and the hippie is just like, oh, you know,
But
peace
look
can
where
heal
that
the world.
got
Like, it
them.
cannot.
And
it doesn't work like that.
most of
I
those
wish it did.
people were escaping in other kinds of illusion to escape from the reality of what it is they chose not to accept. You know, it's the acceptance. You have to surrender to what your surroundings are, and everything is circumstantial. You need to choose, and it's always going to be moment to moment, which is where I get most frustrated, where it's like, why can't my morals be a blanket statement? Why can't I choose to be this person? But it's because every circumstance is different, and everything qualifies for different kinds of energy.
So
you know, so it's always going to be day to day, and it's always going to be tiring, and that's the point. You know, the point is to analyze your surroundings for what they are, as they are in the moment, and then choose where you're going to go from there, depending on what they are, you know? And I'm not always going to be fucking nice to people, and I don't want to be, you know? I've had, more often than not, the people I've given the most energy to, I've had them betray me and do incredibly awful things to me. Do I regret being kind to them? No. Did I learn a lot about how I would do it the next time? Absolutely. And I know there will always be a next time. I'm never going to have people treat me the way I want them to treat me. And, you know, that's okay. You know, all I know is that it's like Sammy said, there are certain people that are around you that will sit in front of you that are there, you know, like we are the weirdos. We get to comfort each other all the time. We get to be in each other's presence once a week. You know, we get the joy of knowing what it actually feels like to know good people. We can hate blanket statement people, but I really love the people that I love, you know. I hate people, absolutely, but I really love people.
Yeah, individuals.
Yep.
So it's both at the same
Always
time.
The paradox of life.
Yep.
You know? And it's so funny. Every time I struggle with like a universal question where I'm like, ugh, you know, like what is the answer to this? Every time it's always the same answer. It is both. It's both existing at the same time. It is both always. It's always both. And that's the answer. It's the balance and everything.
The fucking balance.
Yep. And that's where we struggle. And, you know.
And we have to be the ones in charge of this balance, too, because a lot of shit from the outside will start dumping pebbles in the right side of the scales or whatever. And then you have to be like, oh, hold on. Yep. You're like taking the pebbles and you have to pop them to the other side. But we can't imagine anyone else can do that for us.
Yeah.
Because they can't. Other people will drop pebbles in your thing, whether you want them to or not. And it's prohibiting the amount of people in your life that constantly add more stones is a lesson that's taken me a long time.
Yeah, me too.
To like, don't allow people within close proximity to your space that are going to add consistent amounts of more shit to your plate, or suck that energy from you and not give it back in some kind of way, not have a energy exchange. You know, I think an exchange is good. And sometimes we are heavier. So sometimes we add more stones to people's things, and that's okay sometimes. But if it's like, that's what the person is in your life, if they are just the person that comes and dumps their fucking dump truck full of shit on you every fucking time, like, that's not sustainable.
Well, and
That's
it's
not
like,
fair,
is
you
it
know?
worth it? And that's why it is so important, you know? Like when people default to being like, oh, you can't love other people until you love yourself. Like, no, don't believe that. But I do believe that you know your worth, and it is a lot easier to reject people when we know our worth. And
Yeah.
you know, it's something that I think we all struggle with at a certain point in our time. And the older we get, our circles will always get smaller and smaller, which I think is wise. I don't think it's anything to be, you know, I don't think it's anything to be ashamed of when you have to, you know, unleash the trash and you have to
Yeah.
let it go. It
Purge
doesn't.
or holding boundaries too.
Yeah,
You know,
and the
that's
thing
nice middle
is
ground.
one of the greatest lessons I learned as a kid was I don't have to love somebody in close proximity. I can let them go and I can love them from afar. I don't have to choose to deal with their fucking bullshit that sucks, that only drags me down, and I can hope that they'll change in the future in order for me to get to know them better when they're a better person. But I don't have to stop loving them just because I can't be around them and because I can't have anything to do with them.
Yes.
But my love is better preserved if I give it to the people that care about it, because it's a fire that you have to fuel. You can't just keep giving it and expect it to stay lit, you know?
Nope. I mean, how you might be able to have a couple dementors pop in and pass through every now and then, and you like recognize who they are. But if you have 85 dementors around you, surrounding you, sucking the joy and happiness from you, like that's not sustainable. Then we end up being left with nothing for ourselves.
You have to let it go, and then you can love those dementors, and you can still have pity, and you can still have sympathy, but you don't have to be their forefront. You don't have to talk to these people. You can, you know, there's a lot of people in my life that I light candles for, and I send love and energy to that I cannot talk to. You know, there's a lot of people in my life that I can't have anything to do with because they are so awful, but because they had a glimpse and a glimmer of impact on my life that I can't let go because it taught me something valuable, you know?
And you can see the good in somebody, even though that the negative aspects may override that at this point right now. But it's not like someone's either like good or bad. It's not that.
Nobody's ever
They
that.
can be worthy of that love, but at the same time are either struggling to a point where you can't help them in this moment.
And I don't have to give it to them. I can, like I said, I can give it to them from afar. They can choose to tap into the love if they want to listen and see it and hear it. But I'm just going to add to the collective of things being sent to them. You know, it's you know, I've always tried to save everybody, and it's been a very slow process of realizing that, like, it's not about saving everybody. I can still love everybody, and I can still love everything, but most of the time, it's all from afar, and it's all just, you know, to contribute to the way that I want things to be, and to make sure that that hope is still there, that I really think should still be there. But it's not a single-handed job. It's not my job to do that, and I don't want people to know that I'm doing that anymore. I used to be like, oh, I'll help. Oh, I got you. Oh, I can like totally like give you this love that you need, and I can't. And I don't want people to know that I'm sending all this love into the world. At this point, I'm like, you know, I'm going to use my cloak of invisibility right now, and I'm going to send it out in the way that I think it's necessary. But I'm tired of giving things when they're just being taken.
It's like anonymous sub-gifter.
Yes.
That happens all the time, and it's so amazing and sweet where I'm like, oh my god, anonymous just gifted 5 subs, holy shit. And the fact that they're doing it and are not providing their identity because they're not doing it for you know, the acknowledgement or whatever. They're doing it because they just want to do it, you know. And it's, you know, kind of similar with that, where you're like, I would rather just put it out there, and that way there's no expectation that other people have, knowing that you are a source of this energy, because then people are less likely to actively try to take that from you.
Yeah.
And I think that is wise.
I do too.
For sure.
I think that we have to just kind of, you know, navigate through it and what feels good. And sometimes, and most of the time, it doesn't feel good. You know, that's the thing. Most of the time, it sucks. But it's the times that we can recognize when it doesn't. And those are the things that I really think that if we keep working for those, that's what we're going to die with. You know? But like 80% of everything that we exist through is not going to be awesome. It's going to fucking suck. Everything's going to suck. But it's like, where are you going to choose to put your energy? What are you going to choose to remember? And how are you going to deal with it? You know? Are you going to keep existing in the suck? Which we all do. We all get to points in our lives where we can't think or do anything else. The suck gets the better of us.
Yeah, we're fucking humans, man. None of us are impervious to that. But the more tools that we have and the more self-awareness that we have, I feel like we have a better chance
Yeah.
of either deflecting it or being able to get out of it
Well, and
faster.
how are we
You know?
contributing to it, you know? Like, that's another thing. It's like, how are we contributing to why it sucks? You know, I think we're in control of our actions. We're not always in control of the way that we feel, but we're in control of the way we react. And, like, you know.
Oh, Judy, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I was enjoying your channel. Wouldn't you know, an argument with this man I live with. I'm so disappointed. I'll be watching for your notification. I am so sorry that that is happening in this moment, but I am so glad that you did find us, and I'm glad that you are here. And you know what? You can just tune that out and tune into us if you want to, and we got you.
Yeah, if you need a
If
little
you-
bright light,
if
we're
you
talking
want
about
to.
some good stuff. And sometimes it's okay to escape.
For sure.
You know. I don't know what to tell you what to do with your surroundings, but, you know, we're giving you hugs. And if you need a little second to take a breath, don't be afraid to do that. You don't always have to be present for other people. Sometimes it's better to be present for yourself.
Absolutely. And I'm glad that you will be watching the notification and coming back and being present with us. We're really glad. We love when we have new friends come and find us that kind of vibe with what it is that we're doing and then can help contribute good energy
Yeah.
to what it is that we've got going on. It's that collection of good people that we talked about. We can hate the bulk of humanity, and not everybody is looking out for our best interest, but we find all these little pieces,
And
we
there's
find all
always
these little
good
things and
ones.
collect them. And this channel is very consistent in that we have good people that feel kindred with us, and you know, our chat is fantastic. Everybody's really great and always respectful to each other and always kind, and I love it. I'm so glad. So new friends are absolutely always welcome whenever you have the time and energy to come be a part of it. We're here. We love it. Mondays and Wednesdays, we're always here. We're doing this shit. I love it. Yay. So okay, all of that was great. That was a great fucking like that was so amazing.
It was good. It was nice and healing. And I feel like everybody was really feeding off of it, too. So
Yeah. And you know, I think sometimes people just need to hear friendly reminders of these kind of things to make sure that we take care of ourselves and
Yeah.
the others around us too. So with that being said, with past lives, us working through all of these things in this life and trying to figure out how to better ourselves the best we can for the next step. Let's talk about some of your past lives.
Well, let's start with my first past life remembering, which was choosing to come here. So when I was a little kid, I would tell my mom that I remembered choosing this. And the dream I used to say as a kid was I used to have this dream where I was in a dark room with no body, and there were two doors. And they didn't have, like, actual doors on them. They were just doorways. And they both had light coming through them. And in this dream, it just felt like forever. And I had to choose to go through one of the doors. And I knew one of the doors that I went through would either bring me back here. And, you know, that it was going to be my last time around. Or I graduated already and I could choose to go somewhere else. So that was my first past life acknowledgement. Was choosing to be here. And actually, so I've done DMT a couple of times, and my first DMT experience was a remembrance of that memory. So I relived it, actually. And now, whenever I have that feeling again, or I have re-experienced this dream, what it actually was I was stuck in this rainbow room. It was an energy room with the same knowledge of choosing to come back here or not. And then I also was just a part of this energy space, you know? So that was the first time that I got to do that. So DMT is the dopamine that naturally exists in our brain. When I do it, what it is like a very extracted compound of plants is what we do, and it's crystallized. And it's a really heavy psychedelic. So essentially it's ayahuasca, but in shorter form. So I don't know if you know what that is or if it helps in any way. But it's a psychedelic. And essentially I've done it several times. And every time that I've done it, it has caused me to leave my body. It is very intense. It is not something that I would recommend to just anybody. But it is something that does call to me. So if you want to do more research about it, you can totally look into it. That's what I would do. There's an awesome documentary that is called The Spirit Molecule, that came out many, maybe 12 years ago, that you can look into. But it's a psychedelic. I'm inducing my brain with psychedelics to escape my body and be a part of my energy space. So that's what that is. But I would look into it. It's, like I said, it's ayahuasca, but in a very there's a specific word I'm thinking of. It's very
condensed.
Thank you. Or yes, it's a condensed form.
Yeah, ayahuasca. That's they do the ceremonial things. It's hours and hours and hours. With DMT, it depends
it's a shorter amount of time.
It depends on how much you take to the outcome. So you can take a little bit and have a psychedelic experience where you are still present here on the earth, and having a psychedelic
Which, when I talk about using my DMT pen, that's what that is. It induces, it puts that dopamine in my head, but I'm still here. And then the actual experiences that I've had, I've smoked it, and it's been a heavy dose where I have left my body, and went into other dimensions.
Like, you're out. People no longer are
you're not
present
here.
I've babysat essentially for people while they are going on these journeys, her being one of them. And you are no longer present here. And then they come back 10, 12 minutes later. It's very short, with extremely vivid and profound experiences of interdimensional travel. It is not just you eat some mushrooms and you're tripping. It's you leave.
You leave.
Yeah.
So, and then being too paranoid for it, if it is something that calls to you or something that you're always interested in, I would look into it, because you can do small doses where it's not really affecting anything but reprogramming your brain. So I actually know a lot of people that psychedelics are not their thing. It fucking freaks them out, which I totally think is fine. It's always been a way for me to easily access the spirit realm. But when it comes to other people, you can look into microdosing mushrooms, or even ketamine is really good for your brain, and you can do really low doses. They actually prescribe it to people with depression and anxiety, so it doesn't have to be a heavy dose. You don't have to trip in order to do it, but.
Oh, Hallie's here. Sorry to interrupt. Hi, Hallie.
Hi, Hallie.
I love you. I'm so glad you're here. Hooray. Thanks for popping in. We're talking about crazy dream stuff, and now we just went on a psychedelic DMT.
Yeah, we were asked what it was about, so she didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
So
hey.
So that's what that is. So the first time I did it, like I said, with past life stuff, that was what was revealed to me. Was I actually went back into this memory that I have always had as a kid, but when I was a kid, it was the memory that I was having was in dream form, and it was always the same. It was always these two doors that I was choosing to go back to. So as far as past lives go, it's not necessarily a past life. It was after I died, before I came back, was where I was. When it comes to other past life stories, when I was 16, I moved out here to Washington. I lived up on Orcas Island, and I went essentially into hiding for a couple of years. So I lived in a little Airstream in the middle of the woods, and I kept to myself. And one of the people that I ended up meeting kind of turned into a spiritual teacher of mine. And I always had past life stuff that would come to me through my dreams. But I was really, really curious about how to induce myself and essentially hypnotize myself to go back to these places. Since then, it is no longer something that I do. I have learned that it is not something I enjoy doing at all, because all the past lives I did go back to were essentially just my deaths. And I came back with a burden that I don't need in this life. It's not, the problems I was having in those lives and the burdens that I felt have no relevance to this life for me. So choosing to go back to these places was only damaging me. It was an excellent experience and experiment in my own life. But I did it several times only to realize that, like I said earlier in the show, some things are better left forgotten unless I need to remember them. And I kind of leave it up to the universe at this point. I have had past life stuff come into my journey that is like, oh, you should remember this. This is something that is going to benefit you, which is the witch dream where I died. I really do think that was past life, kind of oriented. amplified by the dream world. But I do think that that one specifically, I was in a different person's body. You know, I was not Tayvia in those dreams. So, you know, that is something that I think I needed to know. I needed to know what that felt like. But these other ones that I have experienced, the ones that stand out to me, I'm going to tell you a little bit about. So one of the ones that I went into is actually the first time that I ever induced myself in this form of hypnosis. This is also not something I'm going to tell you how I did, because I don't feel comfortable telling people how I was taught to do it and giving you guys permission to do it. If you want to learn how to do it, there are fucking things that you can look into. You guys can figure out how to do it on your own. But because of how damaging it was to me, it's not something I feel comfortable telling people how I was able to do this. I don't want to give people the burden that I feel like I endured. I was grateful to have experienced it. It was very similar to the way I feel when I astral travel. I was feeling myself leave my body. But like I said, I was always it was always my deaths. So one of the deaths that I experienced was I went back in time. I was in Scotland. I was a man in this experience. And I remember looking down at my hands that were in shackles. And my hands look really worn. I was older. Probably, I would say, like, energetically, I felt like I was in my 30s or 40s. And I remember feeling such sorrow, because I was on my way. I was in a line of people getting on my way to be hung. I was going to the gallows, and I was on my way to be hung. Fuck. And I remember feeling this sorrow for the fact I knew my children were going to be there watching this.
Oh, God, that's horrible to have to feel that.
Yeah, and everything was just gray, and I just felt really sad knowing that my family was going to be there watching me die. And I can't remember what crime I committed, but knowing I committed this crime and that I regretted it. I died with regret in this life.
Oh. And to feel that again.
Yeah.
Like, there's reasons why we don't remember these things.
We don't need to remember that. Yeah. And I might have had karmatic responses in this life due to that, or in a life after that one. Sure. But that's not something I needed to know. So that was the first one that I did. It did spark my interest. So, you know, came back and, like, for days, was, like, in a funk for days about how sad that I was. And, like, you know, like I said, I didn't know what the crime was in the moment, because it was just a glimpse into that. But just, like, being like, I can't believe I did whatever I did, and I had to put these people that I loved through watching this person that they loved die, and in such a horrible way. So that was one of them. Another one was I was a little girl, and I was sick with something. And I remember feeling that I was sick, and then my mom was telling me, she'd come into the room and she would tell me that I was going to make it out alive, and I didn't think that I was. That one was much older. I felt like, I don't know where I was, but I just remember being in a dark room and being really, really sick, and recognizing that my loved ones were lying to me. Oh. So that was really sad. Ouch. And then the last time that I did it, I think it was during witch burning time, because I was angry. I was in a cell, and I remember in this cell looking at this tiny, tiny window that was at the top of the cell, craving the sunlight that was coming through, but not far enough down to the ground that I could reach it. So I was just looking at the sun, longing for it. And my understanding was that I was being prosecuted for something that I didn't do. And that was the last time that I chose to go into that space, because it was not serving me in any way. It wasn't teaching me any lessons. It was just bringing sorrow back into my life for things that I didn't need to remember. And honestly, so the guy that taught me did it a lot. He didn't experience a lot of death. That was not... death has always been really drawn to me in my life, in a multitude of ways. Not only interest, but, like, in reality, I've lost more people in my life than I know anybody else has lost in their life. So I feel like it makes a lot of sense why that was kind of shown to me. But I also think that, you know, if I kept practicing, maybe I would have been able to go back and see a bunch of other places. But instead, it was just my dying days, and I came back with a lot of sadness, and it made me depressed for about a month and a half while I was doing this. And I had a realization, almost a whispering in my ear, this is not where you need to be. This is not what you need to be doing. So I think with my dreaming ability, I was able to access that, like time travel essentially. But I was reminded very quickly that this is not what I should be doing with my gifts that I have. It was only going to bring me pain. So that is my past life stuff. As far as me choosing to go in. And then the story Sammy wanted me to tell is my Atlantis story. So
good.
My past life stuff. This is another one that I just was born having this dream over and over again, and it's always the same. It never changes. The story is always constantly the same. And it's one of the reasons I am a believer that I was there for Atlantis, and I was one of the people that kept getting reincarnated in this place. So the dream starts out with me standing there looking at the sky, and the sun is going down. And I had this angst. I was really angsty. I was really nervous. I was really afraid. And I was putting my daughter to bed. And she was sleeping, or I was putting her to bed, and I was trying to get her to go to sleep. And she was asking me if her dad was going to come and say goodnight to her. And then she was talking about how she was worried about all of the talk and chatter that was going around about this catastrophe that was going to be happening. And I was reassuring her that everything was okay. And I was lying to her and telling her that everything was going to be okay. She just had to go to bed. And after I got her to sleep, I ran. I was barefoot. I was wearing a white robe. My hair was gray. I was an older woman. And I started running on this marble flooring in this white complex as fast as I could to go grab my husband, essentially. And I opened the door into this group of people that were all men. They were all older men, and my husband was standing there talking. And I interrupted, and I grabbed him, and I said, I really think we need to leave with everybody else. And he was like, okay, like, I understand that you feel that way, but, like, we're here trying to figure out how to save this land and how to save all of these people. And I was like, there are people leaving on boats right now, and we should be on them with these people. And he was trying to calm me down, and he was like, we have time. And I told him that my instinct was that we didn't have time. And as soon as I was talking to him about this, I turned around, and there was this massive wave that was coming. And I remember just thinking to myself that this was it, and this is how we were all going down, and that's it. That's the whole dream from beginning to end, was me begging that we left with everybody else that was already leaving and on their way to some other place. And he was trying to foolishly save the land that was already destined to be doomed. And I ended up staying for my family. And it was that dream every single time. And I've had other, like, tsunami dreams kind of like that before, where it's a huge, massive wave that's just coming at us in different circumstances. But it all started with this Atlantis dream, where it was just this gigantic wave and me staring at it, knowing that that was it. I wasn't thinking about my kid at the time. I wasn't thinking about my husband at the time. I just knew that it was going to end. And I turned around, and it was ending. And that was it. And I've had that dream probably more. It's my most common reoccurring dream.
And is it always exactly the same?
Always the exact same. Yep, every time. There's nothing I could do, but my instinct was that we didn't have time, and that we should have been on those boats with the people that left earlier. And I went to go beg this Congress of men to leave, and nobody was listening to me. I was like, we do not have time. Like, there's no saving this place. We have to go. And, we had a chance to leave, and we didn't leave. So.
And then your poor daughter.
I wasn't even thinking about her. I just was like, I knew it, it was just this surrender, like, well, this is it, I tried. And the way that it felt was that I had been begging for days to leave, and I wanted to be on the boats leaving with everybody that went and left. And
Yeah, so it was like a conversation that had been had many times
Yes.
before, and this was
And I
the,
went
like,
to go
pinnacle
yell at
of
him
it.
about
Yeah.
it because I just had to lie to my kid, you know, and tell her it was going to be okay when I knew it wasn't, and we were running out of time. And I went to go beg for one last time before the wave came.
And then smoosh.
Yep. And that was it. Yeah, like a deer in the headlights.
Do you think that there would be a way, since you have so much control in your dreams, to access that space and those kind of memories to be able to see what living in Atlantis was like before the trauma?
I think that I have had dreams like that before.
Oh, that's
I
awesome.
have had like white building dreams like that before where it was just really magical, you know, but I feel like it was so long ago that even when I put myself in past life experiences, they were all more recent. It didn't feel, it was not ancient like that. I think that I've lived so many lives since then that there's so much space in between that it would be a lot of work.
Sure.
To
but
get
that
there.
was the most prominent and traumatic,
Yeah.
so therefore it sticks out
Yep.
and kind of rises
And
to the top.
it's since I was a little kid, I remember having this dream. It's the most common dream, most common reoccurring dream that I've had in my life. So, and I still have it sometimes. I think the last time I had it was a few years ago. But, you know, like I've had it more often than any other dream in my life.
Wow.
So, and I think that I was really in love with that place. And I think that that's why it's such a huge trauma in my existence, is because I loved it there and I watched it fail. And it failed for a lot of different reasons. And the way my feeling was that, like I said, we were doomed. Like, they were like, no, we can save it. And I'm like, we fucked up. We failed. We're doomed. Like, we don't have control of this. We have to go. And they didn't want to go. So.
And your instinct is it's Atlantis, or is it based on the visuals and what you saw? So
My
trying to be
instinct
like,
was that it was Atlantis.
Okay.
Actually, when I was a little kid, there's a kids movie called Atlantis, and I grew up watching it, and I would say I was there. The movie is totally different. It's very tribal, whereas like the stories of Atlantis is like it's a very evolved place, you know, and there's like these epic buildings, like when Plato wrote about it and stuff like that. Like it was more of an evolved place. But, like, I always knew that that's what it was. I always knew that's where it was. And I don't even know if anybody told me the story of Atlantis. I don't know if somebody told me the name and I started having these dreams. But I always knew that's what it was called. And, like I said, when I grew up watching this kids movie, I knew that was the place. Like, I always knew the name Atlantis before I even really learned about it. So,
what the fuck?
I don't know. But like I said, it could have
so
sparked
cool.
something. Like I was so young when I started having this dream that like somebody could have said something and it could have started the dreams. But right now, for as long as I could remember, I always knew that it was Atlantis.
Yeah, and having it be the same
that I was
exact dreams,
there.
and then even as a child having these dreams where in the dream you are a mother of a child, that's not currently something you would imagine a kid's dream to.
Nope.
Like,
It was an old lady.
That's really
Yeah.
strange.
And I was married. My husband had long white hair and a really long white beard, very sage looking for sure. But he was one of the guys in charge of figuring this catastrophe out. And I was, you know, a part of it. So I had some knowledge of like the head honchos essentially. And I didn't want to leave my family behind, but I always talk about the boats in my dream, and I didn't even know what that meant until I got older and I did research on it. And they talk about the 300 that left to go to Egypt from Atlantis. 300 people got on boats and left to go. I think it was 3,000 actually. 3,000 people got on boats, left to go to Egypt, and I wanted to be on those boats. And I didn't get on the boats because my husband didn't want to go. And I was like, we need to go. And he wouldn't listen. And it was the last moment where I begged one more time and it happened.
Damn.
So,
That's
but there
super
was an
frustrating.
escape, you know, and it wasn't until I learned about the story that I was like, oh my God, there really was boats. There was people that actually left on boats, you know, like people went to Egypt. So, which is why I personally think it was in the Mediterranean. You know, there's like so many different theories about where Atlantis could be, but I feel like with the, 3,000 that got on the boats to go to Egypt, they had to have been somewhere close.
Absolutely.
You know? So
Yep.
like
Mediterranean area somewhere.
and in my dream it was all like that white marble that they build everything out of, like in Greece and stuff.
Yeah.
It was very like Greek looking. and I was wearing a white robe, and everything was very white. So,
Wow.
but I was like, we have to go. And I remember just this regret. And like, as I was telling my kid it was going to be okay, like, why are we not leaving right now? And I just couldn't leave my family, but I just wanted to go so bad. There was no saving it, but these people, they just wanted to save this place. But I remember just being like, we failed. Like, there is no saving it. We have to go. And as I was talking, there was a little earthquake, and little earthquake. The ground started shaking, and I looked over, and there was a gigantic wave. And I didn't grab his hand. I didn't do shit. It was this, like, you die alone, like, moment where I just was looking at it and was like, this is it. Like, there wasn't fear. It was just acceptance of, like, okay, like, I'm going out with this place. So.
Wow. I really wish, though, that there was a way to access the time frame before that, which you're right. I mean, it's so far back, it probably would be hard. And you were saying with, going into your past lives, there was a lot of negativity stuff that came up because it was all based around the death. But since you've already know what the deal is with the death, I think it would be an unbelievable feat to be able to zone in on what it was like living in that place.
I mean, like with Edgar Cayce and stuff, I've read some of his writings on it, and I really feel reminiscent and almost nostalgic when he talks about it and stuff like that. But I don't really have a draw to go into my past as much. I love history. I love going into the past of humankind. But my past it's been a constant of me trying to let it go rather than hold on. So I think that maybe if that's something that comes up, and I really feel drawn to, that's something that I probably would consider. And like I said, I like learning about human history, but like my history, like this life has been a lot of learning to let that go. Because I have held on to a lot of really awful things, and, I will always feel this nostalgia for that. And honestly, like having like the Pleiadians and, that species, I honestly think the Atlanteans were in communication with them, because I get a lot of the same energy from them that I did in that dream. And I think that me having the understanding and my communication with them and the love that they give me is the connection that I need to that place,
Interesting.
So, but I think it would take a lifetime to go down that rabbit hole to find any kind of answers. And I would rather get more answers about more topics than just a few answers about one. So.
Wow.
But
so interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely.
That's so cool.
It's one of my favorites, though. And I like that, upon death and like looking at this wave, it was just this kind of surrender. It was a little defeating. I remember feeling a little defeated, but it was more of just like, well,
yeah,
like deer in the headlights. It's like, it's
here
totally.
we go.
Yep.
Wow.
So
that is super, super cool. Glad that you shared that one. That seems like a very profound past life experience to be having. So, Princess, you're so funny. Repeating words in my comments is a new thing.
Hi, JT.
You're 100% fine.
JT's a friend from Utah.
Really?
He's an old friend. Yeah.
Aw, hello.
I'm really happy that you're here.
We have two JTs right now, and
we
I'm
got
so
two
glad
JTs
that you popped in. That's awesome. Hello, fellow Utah friend. That's fantastic.
I'm happy to see you. We're talking all about dreams and life, and about to be talking about aliens and talking about a lot of really interesting things that I think that you would really enjoy. So I'm happy that you're here. I have not had an old friend stop into any of these chats before, so it's really cool. I'm not always on it, but you should totally support this podcast if you're really into them. Sammy does it every Monday and Wednesday from 7:30, so it would be 8:30 your time.
Thanks. Yeah, it's so nice to have you pop in. I bet they saw the Facebook post.
Yeah, I shared it too.
That's great. Oh, that's so great.
First
so
crush
good.
in high school. That's really cute.
Oh, that's awesome.
Aw, thank you.
Oh, it's really cute.
And we should catch up soon. I agree. So feel free to hang out for the rest of it. I'm happy that you popped in.
Yeah, and Sarah is from Utah as well, or lived in Utah at the very least. Tavia's from Salt Lake City area.
Yeah. Yep. Salt Lake. Specifically, like Sugar House and Avenues area is where I spent most of my childhood. And then when I moved out, it was Cottonwood Heights region.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming in to hang out with us, TJ.
Yeah, I was happy.
Okay, so now that we have talked about past lives, there is a connection that you have had through many of your lives with beings from other dimensions / other places.
Yep.
What would you like to share with us? I know. I can feel every muscle in your body is tensing up. And I will say, we don't have to discuss it. If you choose not to, it's okay.
It's new stuff. So I'm like,
I know.
You
I
know,
can
it's
feel
new
it.
stuff.
Your
and,
energy
like,
sucks in like a goddamn turtle, dude. I can feel it. And
I was like, I need a cigarette for this.
I know. And I want you to share if you want to share. And I know that we've been beating around the bush getting there. But I think that it is very profound and valuable experiences that you have had that I think that the chat would be very interested in hearing about.
Yes.
So,
okay. So now we're getting to the nitty-gritty of what I've currently been going through. So, you know, all up until this point, it's been me talking about things that I've gone through, how I've learned, what has created me to be who I am. So there has been, in the last 2 years, a new evolution into my abilities to do this stuff. So we're going to talk a little bit about where this evolution has taken me. So let's start with my sleep paralysis I was talking about earlier. So my whole life I've had sleep paralysis. Like I said, when I was younger, I didn't have manifestations of anything. I didn't have I didn't see anything. And my whole life I've grown up with other people. I've met so many people that have experienced this, that have seen really awful things. And for the longest time, I was like, I am so grateful that I don't see anything. Like, it's scary enough as it is, but I'm so grateful I don't see anything. Well, 2 years ago, almost to the day, actually, I was on a trip in the Redwoods, and I took some mushrooms, and I saw a really tall, grayish blue alien breathing on the door window when I was sleeping in the car when I woke up in a paralysis state. It was the first time I've ever seen a manifestation of anything. And it scared the fucking shit out of me. Like, big eyes alien, but very tall, not short and gray, and kind of a bluish gray, green kind of color. And his hands were on the window, and when he was breathing, there was just this breath of air, and it scared me really bad, and I couldn't wake up. And I was hanging out with my friend. I was on a road trip with my friend for my birthday, and as this was all happening, I just was trying to wake up and couldn't wake up. So closed my eyes, was trying to get myself to wake up. Normally my paralysis in the past, like I said, I'd have like a short panicking moment, and then I would either wake up or I'd fall back asleep. And this felt like forever. Like I couldn't actually wake up from this. And felt like forever. I was finally able to wake up, and I woke up gasping and like sweating. And my friend next to me woke up and was like, "What's going on?" And I like dried off the window because there's condensation on the window from us breathing, and I couldn't see anything. And I just started fucking freaking out. And it was like 5 a.m, and I ended up not falling back asleep. We ended up getting on the road and leaving. So
That's so freaky, dude.
I was terrified, and I was like, what the fuck? So I come home from that experience, and I talked to Sammy and Dusty about it. And Dusty has also had, you know, freaky experiences. So I felt like it was good for me to be in this space talking to these people, but it was also very life-changing for me because I'm all of a sudden that person that has seen aliens. And it felt so fucking real that, like, I didn't know, you know, I've always been that person that has believed in it, but it changed, like, who I was, you know? So that happens. A couple months later, I'm sleeping in my room here, and I have another paralysis moment. And my eyes open, and in the corner of my room, I see, again, a very tall, bluish-green, grayish alien standing in the corner of my room, and he's slowly walking towards me. And I'm, like, freaking out on the inside, and I can't wake up. I finally get myself to wake up. He's not there anymore. A couple months after that, I'm laying in bed with my partner, and his dog's laying on the floor, and we were at his house at the time. And I see another alien when I wake up in paralysis, and my fingers are inches away from his fingers, and I'm trying to wake him up. And this was the longest lasting one out of all of them. And this being is slowly walking towards me. And he's like as slow as possible walking towards me. And I remember thinking to myself, oh my gosh, if I vibe the dog, maybe the dog will wake up. And I look over out of my periphery, and the dog has this like energetic gate around him. And I remember I just started panicking, and I could feel tears rolling out of my eyes. And he just kept getting closer and closer and closer at what felt like forever. And as soon as he gets to the end of the bed, he bends over the top of me and makes eye contact with me and looks at me and like moves his head around. So
what the fuck, man? It's so
fucking
scary.
terrified me. I couldn't wake up. He sat and stared at me for what felt like forever. It was a long time. And I watched him stand back up and slowly walk backwards back to where he was. And I finally came out of it when he was no longer in the room. Once he left the room, I was able to wake up out of paralysis. So I wake up and I burst into tears, and I wake my partner up, and he was like, I'm so sorry. Like, oh my gosh, I wish that I was there. And actually, since those moments, all of my friends that sleep in like the same room, like Sammy and Dusty and my partner Andy, and then Jama too, I tell them to listen for certain cues to help get me out of that state, because it horrified me. And for about a year, I was like fucking horrified about this whole experience, and it like really freaked me out, where it made it hard for me to want to go to sleep. And that's never happened to me before. I've never been so terrified to go to bed. So that was like 2019 when all of that happened, up into 2020. So 2020 rolls around. All the pandemic happens. I'm slowly starting to get more comfortable with this. It was something that was on the forefront of my mind. I was trying to figure out why this was happening. I even went into silence for a couple days, and I did free writing to communicate with them, because I get a certain taste in my mouth when they're around. It tastes like metal, which totally all comes together in the end. So when they would visit, I would notice a certain taste in my mouth. I could taste while they were there.
That's so fucking weird.
It's
what a
fucking
weird thing.
It's so weird. So 2021 rolls around. My unemployment ends. I need to go find a job. I end up getting a weed trimming job. With a couple of my friends, my partner being one of them. I decide DMT is really calling to me. So I'm like, okay, I really need to go into this trip. My friend was like, I know you do. And I was like, okay. And he's like, I actually have some set aside for you. I was like, okay. And he said, I also know what you're going to go through. And I was like, no, you fucking don't. Like, you liar. Like, sometimes this kid likes to think he's all bee's knees, and I love him to fucking pieces, but it wouldn't have shocked me if he really didn't know what I was going to experience, right? He told me he took some recently, but he couldn't tell me what he had experienced yet, because I had to wait. I was like, okay. So a couple months go by. I get myself energetically ready to blast off and go into this journey. I fell into this DMT experience, and I died. Like, I actually, like, my soul died. In this moment, so anytime else that I've ever done it, I have had a string attached to my heart, and that's how I know where my body is, even though I'm not in my body. My heartstring felt uncomfortable to me when I left my body, and I shook it off, and it broke. And when my heartstring broke, I felt this numbness come over the energy body that I was, and I felt completely surrounded by where I was. I felt the tunnel that I went through to get here close, and I totally was convinced that I died. Like, I was like, fuck. Like, I just died. And I sat there for a minute, and I mourned my death. I felt sad that I was in a room full of the people that I love the most. And then this thing dawned on me where I was like, okay, like, I died. And fortunately, the people I love the most are in the room, because they know my wishes. They know what I want. And I'm sad that they have to deal with this. But I am grateful that they're there for me and with me. So I have these little elves. I call them my DMT elves. They're beings that I see every time I go into a different dimension. They keep me safe, and they show up. And I was like, oh, a familiar face. Like, how cool to see you. So they take me down this tunnel that was kind of like diamond shaped. And as they're taking me down this tunnel, I notice all of these rooms as I'm flying down the tunnel in this like rainbow energy space. And all the rooms, like I'm glancing in the rooms and they go to different places. And I acknowledged it as a space between realms. Like it was like a highway, you know? They stop, like, they stop. They go into this cubby hole. And they leave me there and they say, somebody is here to meet you. Wait here. They'll be here shortly. It's like, okay. They left. Like, bye. It was good to see you. One of these really tall blue in this dimension, I acknowledge it as the 5th dimension. It was a blue alien that came to visit me, showed up and was like, hi, I'm here to take you to see this other person. We needed you to experience what you're going through. And I was like, okay, well, I died. So like, what's next? You know, like I didn't have a fear of them in this moment. And they're like, you didn't die, but we needed you to know what it felt like to die. And I was like, no, I definitely died. Like I would know if I died, you know, kind of a thing. And they're like, no, you didn't die. And actually it was really interesting because what they did is they tapped me into my physical ears. And Sammy was saying out loud, look at Tayvia, she's smiling, is what she was saying to the whole room. But what I was hearing was, look, Tayvia. So I looked around, I looked at my surroundings, and then I acknowledged that my ears were still connected, and I was like, okay, I didn't die. And she was pointing and talking about me, so, like, I'm obviously still there. Like, nobody's panicking that, like, I died. So I was like,
She was
okay.
sitting there with this smile on her face all the time. It was so fucking cute, actually. It was really cute.
So, yeah. Died, did this whole thing, and they're like, but we have somebody you need to go meet, and we don't have much time. I was like, okay. This alien grabs my hand and travels, like, I swear, at light speed to the end of this tunnel where I see this other blue alien with this big triangle collar that's reaching its hands out at me, and they said, hello, my old friend. I am happy to see you. And I was like, hi, what's up, kind of a thing. And they're like, we brought you here to apologize for scaring you. Our intention was to not scare you, but to bring you out of your comfort zone to be able to accomplish things that you need to do. He said, I don't have enough time to explain to you what it is we need from you, but just know it's dream oriented and we need you to continue to invest a lot of energy into your dreams. And I was like, okay. And then he went like this and sent me back. And I flew back. I had 2 of the blue aliens with me and we all flew back and I felt myself go back into my body and my eyes opened. That was the first thing that was there. My eyes opened and I looked at my friend and they mentioned my friend. They mentioned that, you know, I need to go back and talk to my friend. And I was like, okay. So I opened my eyes and my friend that said he knew what I was going to go through, I looked at him and I said, I saw them. And I closed my eyes again. And while my eyes were closed, I could see the surrounding. And I felt like my third eye was open. And I watched these aliens that were no longer these blue beings, but the gray blue beings I was seeing in my sleep paralysis. And I watched them putting my body back together. So I could feel like, it was almost like they were turning on switches. I could feel all of a sudden my lungs. And I could feel my throat. And I could feel my finger muscles. And I could feel my nervous system come back in. It's like I could feel them putting me piece by piece back into my body. And when I talked to my friend about it afterwards, he had the same experience. So he did DMT a couple days before, or a couple months before I did it. And they actually fixed his teeth. He had a toothache and they went into his mouth and they fixed his teeth. And when he woke up, he no longer had a cavity. He went to the dentist and everything and they fixed his teeth. And they came to him in his dreams a couple days later and told him they were going to be coming to visit me and that it was very, very important that I felt safe and that I did not feel crazy. And it was his responsibility to relate with me about this.
Fucking Christ.
So he tells me this experience and that they told him not to tell me that he'd experienced this. And when he experienced it, he told me, even before I told him what these aliens looked like, he told me what they looked like. Oh yeah, they had the big triangle cloak, right? They were blue. He told me what they looked like when I saw them. And then there's this other girl that he knew that had been seeing them for a long time, and he got me into connections with her, and I learned a lot through her what she felt about them. And, I learned all I needed to. She just, essentially reassured me. She's like, I've been talking to them for a long time. And she sent me drawings that she has done over the course of years of blue aliens with a triangle cloak coming off of them.
The fuck?
So these guys are here, and they're telling me that I need to go back and that I also need to really pay attention to my dreams. And at first I thought, okay, that means I need to prepare to go into another trip, and I need to go back as soon as possible. And it's now been a year and a half, 2 years. No, it's been a year and a half since I did that. And I have since then realized through them telling me that it is not the fact I need to go back there as soon as possible. It's that our timelines are different. What may seem like a long time to me is a very short amount of time to them. So whenever I feel comfortable enough to go back, I can go back, which actually, because I have been working through a lot of this fear, I feel more prepared than I ever have been to go back there and revisit them, and, get my new, mission statement, kind of a thing. But I was validated by my friends and them telling me before I even told anybody what I saw, that they saw and were visited by the same things.
And having the teeth fixed. Holy shit.
Yeah, dude, that was fucking crazy.
Ever.
So
yeah. So there's
something there, and I had a very real experience that other people have also been experiencing. So I did a bunch of fucking research about this because I was like, if I'm not the only person that has seen these things, I need to know what they are. I found it. They are Arcturians from Arcturus. And there's actually books. I bought a bunch of books that I've read that have the aliens, the blue aliens with the triangle capes. They are notorious for their triangle cape collars and being this blue-gray alien. And I've read all of these books about, these books that I read specifically came out in the 70s and 80s. And they were talking about how these beings come and visit through specifically the fifth dimension. And, they come to talk to people that have work to do when it comes to, light and love. And, they apparently have been keeping their eyes on humanity for a really long time, according to these books. So it's about as much as I know until I get to actually communicate with them. But I realized why I can taste them. So when I was in this realm, when they were putting my body back together, the flavor of the fifth dimension, the energetic vibration, when I was being put back in my body, turned into a flavor in my mouth. So when I came out of this experience, I could still taste the dimension that I was in. And that's what I was tasting when they would come and see me in paralysis. I could taste how they were traveling to come and see me. So it's an evolution in my dream world because they came to tell me that I needed to really focus on my dreams and be very present in my dreams. And it took me a while to get comfortable dreaming again because for those 2 years, I was really afraid to go into sleep, which is why they came and saw me. They apologized. They were like, we were not trying to scare you. We're sorry, we were
really
just
scared.
I was really scared.
Scared to go to sleep. And then there was certain subject matter that you were actively avoiding.
Yep.
So movies about aliens, but that was scary stuff. If it was campy, silly, no big deal. But you love that kind of stuff normally. But
yeah,
you could
it's my favorite.
She could not watch scary alien-y things around that time. It sucked because we watched the American Horror Story, the double feature thing. And we watched the first one, which was the vampires, and then the second part of it was the vampire, or was the
aliens. And I was like, no, let's give it a go. And I was like,
Yep.
Which is actually something they told me to do for a while. So now I can watch everything again. Now I have this comfortability with my journey and my understanding. But it's something they said to me was, you need to be careful what you're putting in your brain because you shouldn't be afraid of us, and your instinct was to be afraid of us. So
that's fair.
For about a year, I did not watch hardly any fucking scary anything. It didn't matter if it had to do with aliens at all, but specifically alien stuff. I did not watch scary alien movies, which sucks because The Fourth Kind, that's my fucking favorite movie. Mm-hmm. I love that horror movie. It genuinely terrifies me, but they were like, you can't watch this right now until you're comfortable with the idea of us being good because now you're scared of us and we really need to talk to you, you know?
Remember, I went through a similar thing with all my shit too, where it was like I had to not watch scary stuff for a while, and I still don't watch possession movies and that kind of stuff like I used to when I was younger. Don't dig it at this phase in my life, but there was a good long while where I had to be extremely careful. Like I knew that I had to be very mindful about the input in order to help eliminate fear. That was the whole thing, was the input that comes in, things that are going to trigger fear response and keep you in a fear state was not helping me to be able to hold boundaries and deflect the negative stuff that was happening that I was trying to break. It was like break those ties, so stop feeding into that energy cycle. And you had a very similar thing.
Which is why, so bringing it back around to the angel and demon situation I had, when I was like, I think my aliens were in communication with that. That's why I think they were like, we need to teach you how to actually identify scary stuff, because you thought we were fucking scary and we're not. I think that it all is kind of going together, where it's like, just because we look scary because of the things you've put in your head, like a stupid idiot, we need you to know that, we need you to know how to actually identify the scary stuff.
Right.
Doesn't matter what they look like. So the shape-shifting.
Right.
Yes. So bringing it back around, bringing it all back around.
Interesting.
So, and that's all happened since then. And my dreams have been a lot more lesson learning these last couple years, since I have learned about a lot of that kind of stuff. And, I've had really genuine communication with these things that, it took me a while to be okay with being that person, right? So I've always followed all these stories and I've always listened to all these podcasts, and I'm like, how cool is it that these people get to have these experiences, and then they happen to me and it fucking scared the shit out of me. And I was like, oh, now I'm that person. I'm the person that's I've seen aliens and they were very real. I can taste and smell them.
For years before, we would go out and we would go be looking at meteor showers.
Yeah, and I'd be like, I'd love to see a UFO.
I know. And how many times did I say, whoa, be careful what you wish for. Be careful with your wording. Because you'd be like, I really want to see it. And there's this curiosity that I have that I also want to see it. But I have always been very mindful about wording and all of that, because I don't want to be tapping ding donging whatever, But I got where you're coming from. We're so curious, but many times I just want to see a fucking alien. All I want to do is just want to see an alien right now. And I'm like, okay, watch it, bud. And then all of a sudden, I seen it and it's very scary. It's no fault.
It
it's just
sucks that it was scary too, know. And I'm very grateful too that the way that they reached out to me and the way they apologized, and honestly the way it sounded, so they didn't have time to explain everything, but the way it sounded is I was not supposed to be able to see them. I just kind of caught them coming to see me, and he told me when I was in that space, we've known each other for a very long time. We are old friends. So that's all you really need to know, is that we care about you. We're not here to hurt you, and I'm here to apologize to you. But I don't have enough time to explain why you're here seeing us. But you need to come back. We'll talk about it, So I have a better understanding of what it's for. I keep learning through my dreams, and in the next year or so, I know that I will be going back to see them. But
via
it took
DMT
me,
or via Dreamworld?
I don't know yet. I think it will come to me when it does. So we'll see. But they're here all the time. I still get that taste and the smell in my mouth when I know they're around. I know they're watching, so I still know that they're there, and I still talk to them, and I still have things come and see me that are I need to teach you this thing, but them being you're here to pay attention to your dreams, and we need you to really pay attention to your dreams. And for 2 years now, I've had a different kind of understanding with my dreams. I've learned a lot of lessons in my dreams in the last 2 years. It's been more lessons than stories. I haven't had episodes and past life experiences, which is what it was mainly. Now it's a lot of lessons. Now it's a lot of interdimensional lessons. Now it's a lot of things coming to visit me. It's a lot of
Do you think they are facilitating that?
I think it's all a part of the same thing. I think it's not just them. I think it's all a part of the same thing. So, but they're very old, and I think I've known them since before I was human. I think we are old friends, like he said, and the emphasis on the old. We are very old friends. I think that I come from somewhere that has relation to there's something going on that I need to be a part of. And my dreams is the way to kind of understand that better. So, these last couple of years, it's been a lot of that. And like, it's been a lot of pressure and healing. I have to heal a lot of these things. I have to do better. I have to take care of my brain better. I have to do a lot of things better in that way. But I have been rewarded with a lot of the, the dreams and like the ability to, have my angel come and see me, and be like, okay, we're here to teach you a lesson, or even scary ones like the loop, where I'm just like, what the fuck is going on, but like I learned a really valuable lesson, and I used my magic and my abilities to be able to do that in that space, so I've had a lot more profound lessons in my dreams in the last 2 years that I've been having to deal and overcome a lot of this stuff. So they were right in pointing that out. And I think of it every time. Every time I have something profound like that, I think of them and I think of what that being said to me, like, you need to pay attention to your dreams. You're going to learn a lot of stuff and you really need to pay attention.
And then come back and see me and we'll talk about
it. And we'll talk about it. Yep. So, but whenever I feel ready. So.
I'm glad that fear has subsided at this point.
Me too.
I'm very grateful that they came and apologized and explained what they can, just so it settles you a little bit more, because I understand, man, you being freaked out. That's a freaky thing.
It was scary.
But
it was
what's
really
interesting
scary.
is the amount of time that I've known you, I have only seen you scared, like genuinely scared to your core. In very few instances, you generally are able to see something that other people would be terrified by and be like, no, it's okay, we're just gonna handle it, I've got the power, we're good, everything's fine, kicking you out, whatever. You're really, really good at that. And me seeing you terrified from having this experience at first, it was so hard to watch and to see that. I felt so sad for you, because you were like, I've never felt like this ever, and you were like, to your core, scared.
I've never been
rightfully so.
I've always trusted my energy so much, I've always been really good at banishing things. I've never been afraid of dark forces, but something so vastly beyond my comprehension in that way, and like so big, like so much bigger than me, really was fucking scary to me. And then like knowing all the stories I know and all the bad stories I know and all the abduction shit that I've learned, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, have they taken me before? Is how I was feeling. Confirmed that's not happened. They're not even those kinds of aliens, but they looked like it, so like, actually, and I remember saying before I went into the DMT experience, it's weird that mine are tall. Why are mine tall and bluish? Because everybody always talks about small gray aliens. And I kept doing research. What about tall ones? And there was never any. I couldn't find anything on tall gray aliens. There wasn't tall ones, So like, I didn't know what I was seeing. I didn't know if it was in my head. I felt crazy, like I didn't know. And they're like, we're not those kinds of aliens. They're like, we don't do that, so you don't have anything to be afraid of.
They're like, oh, those guys, they're the douchebags. Please don't associate us with those guys.
Yes, but with the big eyes, that's what they looked like, and when in paralysis in my human body, seeing them, I was like, like, what the fuck is going on? And then not knowing if I'm being taken, like I was having like fear of like being taken places. A lot of questions. So I'm not being taken. I'm channeling and I'm communicating with these things, but I haven't gone anywhere. So that was really comforting, and it did take some time. It wasn't like I just came back from that experience like, all right, like I'm better now. It took a long time. It took like an entire year to be okay with this, and to be okay with the fact that that's a huge evolution step in my psyche and a huge evolution step in my spirituality. And then it put a lot of responsibility on me. Like, I all of a sudden felt this responsibility when it came to my dreams. It wasn't just like a thing I could do anymore. It wasn't just like a gift I had. It turned into like, you have this responsibility. You need to do this. And I was like, I don't know if I want to be the person that needs to do this. And they're like, too fucking bad. Like, this is something we need you to keep doing, And it is a choice. I did have a choice, but, I know that they knew I was going to choose this. you know, which I think is why they're like, this isn't productive. We scared you. We're sorry for scaring you. You know, they didn't have a better way to communicate with me. That was the best way, is for me to go see them. They're like, we can't communicate with you that well to tell you everything's fine. And every time they'd show up or I could taste them, I'd be like, you know, it would scare me. So they were like, this isn't productive, you know? So, and the fact that they visited Kyle first and that they were like, we need you to validate her. We need you to see us. We're telling you. And he didn't even have them say that in his trip. They came in his dreams after his trip, after he trusted them. So they got his trust. They said, you trust us now. And then they came to visit him days later in his dream and said, we're going to visit Tayvia and you need to validate her.
Fucking
Like,
Christ. That's like genius. From
Yeah.
their, because
Yes,
like
it
they
is.
know your brain and how your
Yep.
brain, what it would need.
They're like, this isn't working.
Yeah, so it's like,
Yeah.
okay, we're going to go a roundabout way. We're going to go from
Yep.
the side door over here. And now you're like, there's no way for me to
There's no way for me to
dismiss
deny it.
Yep, it is not deniable. at
It's
this
very
point.
real. Now I have 3 people at the time, 2 people, 3 people, including myself, at that time that seen him, drew him out, said my name in their dreams. He knew I was going to fucking do that. And when I came out, I looked directly at him and was like, I saw them. And then fell back into it for a second, like they told me that he knew and that I could talk to him about it. And they told him, we need you to make sure that she knows that we're real, because they knew that I'm like, well, I don't know, like maybe it is just a psychoactive induced thing, like they knew I was going to have doubt. So they
Yes.
made it so I didn't have doubt, which was
Yes.
part of why it was so scary, because when I came back after like geeking out about it and being like, wow, that was really amazing. Once it settled in, the fact that I had this experience that was literally life-changing, now I am that person that has seen all these aliens, and I'm like, oh, that's intimidating. It's an intimidating thing. Like, now I'm the person that has seen aliens, and like I have only just listened and read books about people like that, like it was really hard for me to accept that that was my reality and that was something that,
Yeah.
was happening to me.
Without a doubt. That's the thing. Having it be entertained is different than, without a doubt, I have had this experience.
Yes.
And there is no going back.
And that in itself was really scary.
Yes.
Because it
Yes.
changed my life.
It did.
Like, in so many different facets, including my dream world. My dream world has only amplified since then. They're like, you have to pay attention.
And you're like, God damn it.
I know.
So Sarah started looking up about Arcturian stuff as we're sitting here talking about it. And it's super freaking her out. And she said she feels like she has experienced some of those things. And that is very interesting.
Let's have a date and we can talk more about it. We can totally go into detail about it and we can talk about it. The only thing, if you have had these experiences, apparently they talk to a lot of people all the time. Like I said, the books I read were literally like dialogues that people had with these beings, and they talk to people. They have been friends of human for a long time. So I can actually lend you this book. Let's talk about it. I'll let you have the book. We can read it together. I have a couple different books about what's going on with that. And, the only thing that I would say is just don't be afraid, So they're really kind, and they've only ever been kind. It was just scary in the beginning. So fortunately for you, you have somebody like me that had to go through the really scary part.
You already went through the fear. And you're like, okay, you're fine.
Yeah, it's good. So if they're the ones that you're seeing, they're nothing to be afraid of. They're really beautiful.
Of course, anything out of the norm and out of the things we experience on a day-to-day basis is it's foreign energy.
It is.
So that's naturally going to be a little bit unsettling. So
But they're
it's
not the
understandable.
grays. They're not the scary ones, They're not the ones that people talk about. Like, we're not getting
They're not
abducted.
snatching people.
That's not what they
They're
do.
Not, no
you
anal
know?
probes involved. Zero anal probes.
No, and they don't physically exist here. They interdimensionally travel here. So the way that they get here, from what I have done research on and from what they have told me, is they travel through the 5th dimension to get here. So they are they're much more intelligent, much older, much higher than us.
Good night, Andy.
Good night, Andy.
We're glad that you were hanging out, listening to the tales. We love you. Yeah. Wow. Very, very interesting. So yeah, I think you guys can have a dialogue after the point with you and Sarah, and that
Yeah,
maybe
we can
would
talk about
help
it.
a little bit. Having any kind of sleep horrors is your worst fear. Dying in your sleep or sleep paralysis. Yeah, that's a fair fear to to have. But you don't want to let the fear drive you as well.
No.
So that's important too, to let the fear go. Unless something really shows you that it is worthy of said fear, which, I mean, fear is an evolutionary response to keep us safe, you know? Like having that adrenaline rush and keeping people on guard. Like, you know, think about caveman back in the day or whatever. You hear something rustling in the forest at night, like, it's probably a scary creature that's going to eat my baby or whatever. Like, you have to have a fear response to keep us safe, but it's also good to be like, oh my God, is it a scary creature that's going to eat my baby? And then you're like, it's a fucking squirrel. It's fine. It's totally fine. Like, okay, maybe we need to tone down and not be super scared of every noise, because not every noise is a threat. So we have to be on guard and not go straight to an intense fear emotion, but be on guard, kind of try to examine things, and then if it's worthy of being afraid, by all means, do the thing. But it's not necessary to have to automatically go into that anytime something is different than the energy that we're used to. Which, like, even with ghosts, you know, people have things that go bump in the night or things happen, and generally speaking, it's terrifying to people. Something moves on its own. It's terrifying. You feel someone touch your fucking hair. It's fucking terrifying.
Well, and that's the thing.
You know?
Like, I've had so many of those kinds of experiences, and I've been so familiar with just, like, you know, the spirit realm, right? So, like, that realm, I was so familiar with my whole life, and this is it's like a level up as far as the things we cannot see, you know? And that is really where I feel like it was an evolution in my psyche. Like, my consciousness, I not only died, but I also was reintroduced to this extremely, you know, in this lifetime, foreign experience that I was kind of thinking at a smaller level for a long time. I always believed in aliens, and I always had, like, you know, the Pleiadians and, like, Lyrans, which are, you know, interdimensional beings there. But I never had manifestations like that, where it was like, I'm seeing this thing and it looks like a fucking alien that I see on a fucking piece of clothing, or, like, look at documentaries and, like, you know, like Stephen Greer fucking shit, you know, like, it scared me.
And I could see it, like, being confusing too, it gets so cliche looking that, is it my brain just firing off and doing this thing because I'm so used to seeing these manifestations in movies and on t-shirts and all of that stuff, to be like, okay, is it my brain putting that out there?
Yes.
And then with all this other stuff, it's like, no, it is cliche for a fucking reason.
Which
is
this is what they told me. Like. They were like, it is your brain, and you need to, like, calm down, and maybe you shouldn't be putting this shit in your brain for a while. And I didn't, and now I feel totally comfortable, because now it's been so long. And now I'm familiar with them. Like, I know when they're there, and
you know their energy versus scary anal probe alien.
But it took me a minute.
Because
I was introduced to them staring in the window like this.
And
I was like,
why do you need to be doing that? Guys, why do you need to breathe all heavy on a fucking window while this chick is sleeping? Like, that's not cool. Like, you need to take a step back.
Yes.
So,
which is why they were gaining? Like, sorry. We were not trying to scare you right now, you know? And I was like, well, you did. Fucking scared me.
Fucking Christ, man. Yeah, that's not good. Like, they need to be a little bit more self-aware about those things.
But it sounds like I said, like, I caught them. All 3 times that I saw them, it sounds like I wasn't supposed to see them. And honestly, like, now that I have that information, him walking up to me, like, I think that it was like are you, because he was doing this thing, like, he was checking me out. Like, I think it was this, like, can you see me? Like, I think it was that kind of energy where, like, he was like, you know, like, can you see me right now? Like, I think it was something like that, where it was like, oh no, you know, and then he walked back. It's like he Kool-Aid manned out of the situation.
Yeah.
You know, like.
And then the dog being in the energy cage, that's super interesting to me, which, you know, we've all, I don't all, but, like, we have discussed many times about animals' ability to see in different frequencies than we can see. So the cat's tracking shit and dogs seeing stuff and whatever. You know, there's a lot of stories throughout all of time where animals are able to perceive these things. So that is interesting, because they're like, oh, we got to lock this fucking dog down, because the dog could
tip us
fuck
off
up.
or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. So I find that really fascinating.
It showed
too.
that they are not in control of what I can do, right? So like I was responding, coming out and like being in this paralysis just at the right time for them to be like, oh fuck, like sorry, like I think it was just the wires got crossed wrong, and
That's fucked up. Ooh, Alf,
cranberry
yeah, you
toast.
got the new hot sauce.
That
That's
sounds
fucking
delicious.
awesome. We will absolutely love to try that. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We could unbox it on stream. My mouth started watering as soon as
I
you
know.
spoke about it.
Me too. I was like,
I know,
cranberry
that sounds
toast.
so good. For anybody that does not know, this fine gentleman, Scum Alf here, makes the best hot sauce ever. So if you guys are hot sauce lovers, hit exclamation sauce and buy some fucking sauce, because this shit is the bomb. 100%. It's so good. But yeah, thank you for that. But yeah, what a bizarre and interesting first interactions. The fact that if it was like a oops, we did not mean for this, which says that maybe it wasn't realized in that moment that you maybe essentially somehow are one of them and were able to see them. Like, I don't know why they were coming at you specifically if they didn't realize that you could see them. You'd think that they would already understand that, like, you could pick up on that.
Well, I think they were existing in between spaces because it was only in paralysis that I was able to actually see them. So it's like they were watching me anyway, and I could feel them. I still could smell and taste them. I could feel them around when I was awake. I'd get like that metallic buzzing in my mouth, and I'd be like, I still do sometimes, and sometimes I'm like, I'm listening to a podcast that I don't want you guys in the room for right now, so you guys should go somewhere else, please. Thank you. And they always respect my wishes. They are very like, okay, we'll back off, like they're friends.
That's
but
really
I
good.
think that because I am prone to paralysis, something in my brain was tipped off, and I would open my eyes probably feeling, because I am in tune, and just being able to feel that emotion. I'd wake up and they were like, like, oh no, busted, and I wonder if they wondered if I could, like I said, I think that they didn't realize at first that I could see them in that state. I think they were probably just watching, and then like it was, like I said, like that last time that I saw them when he was kind of tilting his head, because then I never saw them again. And I wonder if they corrected something that they were doing, like, okay,
Cloak themselves or something.
yeah, like they were like, maybe like we need to go about it a different way because this isn't working.
We are going to traumatize this poor girl.
Yeah, and
forever.
they did. They traumatized me, and then they were like, sorry, not trying to traumatize you. And now you have a friend to share it with, and they're validating you because that's what you need. So like everything's okay, And they just felt lovely when I was in their presence, like physically. I mean,
So
not
fucking
physically,
awesome.
energetically like that, So being able to see them and talk to them, like they felt comforting, and then putting me back into my body, like I felt and was looking at them with loving eyes at that point, So.
Goddamn. Well, I'm so glad that you have worked through this like cycle of emotions with this. And now you have more of a trust, and it's a very special and unique experience to have in this life. To be aware of them and to be able to have had an interaction like that, I think it's really special. It's like, we were saying before, like being like the chosen one, like you're chosen for
I'm
whatever
a part
reason.
of something. That's something. Yeah, there's something going on, and I think we're all a part of it. The way that it feels is that we're all a part of it. I think that it's just easier for me to tap into certain things than it is for a lot of other people, and I think it's why they're like, pay attention to your dreams, because you are one of the few people that can do this thing. Like out of all the people I've met a lot of dreamers in my life, and I've met a lot of different people that have very unique dreams, but I haven't met people yet that can do all the things that I can do in my dreams. So there's purpose there. And I think it's a big thing. I think that I'm just a small part of something, but I think that we're all a part of it. I think that, they just need, I think that I'm already pretty familiar with them too. And I think that's also why is they kind of came at me like, we need to ask you for a favor. Is kind of what it was, like we're old friends, so
You're
have
like,
to
get
be
the
afraid.
fuck out of here! I don't know you, and they're like, you do. God damn it, we're sorry. Shit.
You do know us. Sorry.
Okay. We'll come back next year or in 2 years, and
Yeah.
we're gonna try again.
Yes.
Calm it down.
So.
And what Princess, I think it was Princess was saying. Somebody was saying about watching movie or whatever when they were young about like being buried alive and having that be integrated as one of your biggest fears.
Yes.
Like the input that we get from different movies and just culture in general, stories that we hear from other people, like it absolutely affects us on a like
Totally.
deep guttural level, and it's really hard to overcome that. Like I had a crazy experience with out of body shit when I was in Japan. It was the first like real out of body, like physically out type of thing that I had, and I remember it was a 2-day thing. On the first day, I had a crazy, profound experience. I put it on Facebook, and I was like, "Holy shit! I just had this crazy experience. What do you guys have to say?" And everybody told all these different stories, and there was a couple scary stories in there. People said some scary shit, which I kind of wish that I didn't read that, because on the second night when I had it happen again, part of me wanted to go with it, because a lot of the comments were like, "Hey, go with it. You know, you just got to relax and like see where it takes you. These are some tips and tools on how to get out of your body."
Small.
Goes up.
That's all it takes is somebody to say something
Yes.
fucking stupid, which is why like going about it in this kind of way, like it's something I always am very mindful when I meet other people that have like are curious about this. It's like, you know, with Sarah just now, like, don't be fucking scared, you know, don't be scared. You don't know yet. You know, like that's the thing, is you don't know. And I think everything is intention based. I think that sometimes things happen to us that we don't have control over, or that we have been a part of in the past that it's awful. But until it's awful, just fucking let it happen. You know, and like I'm not speaking from experience. I'm speaking because I've had to teach myself to do that. You know,
Yep.
I'm also really bad at doing that.
Our fear grows more fear.
Yes, and it doesn't help that I'm into really creepy shit, you know? It doesn't help that I like creepy shit, because it made it worse, and that's why the aliens were like,
100%.
you're allowed to like creepy shit, but like maybe like take a break from the creepy shit for a second. And I was like, okay, you're probably right.
Yeah, and honestly, it really sucked for me when I was told the same thing. When I was told the same fucking thing, like, hey, like dark imagery and dark input right now is not helping you, and this is something that in order for you to be able to sever the ties, you need to just take a step back. And at first I was like, whatever, but I like all this fucking creepy shit, like god damn it, like don't take it away. And then there was this bizarre thing, which I've never ever had this feeling before, and I think it was some kind of protection mechanism, is that right after all that happened, looking at dark art and dark sculptural type of stuff, like I was in a shop, gargoyle shop, and I've been in there a million times, and there's like dark imagery stuff, and it never bothers me. You know, it's not that my go-to Baphomet heads and shit like that. That's not my go-to of the kind of stuff that I usually like to have around, but it doesn't bother me. But right after, it was like, hey, you need to cut that shit. You need to tone that back, because it's causing this unnecessary fear energy. Upon looking at those things, I had the most bizarre feeling I've never had before. It was like a just this aversion. It was like two magnets that are the opposite or whatever, like kind of repelling. There was this repelling energy, which, not that I think there's anything specifically dark from the sculpture that was mass produced in China or whatever. It was not that. It was just the energy that surrounded it. It was a aversion that I guess maybe partially came from me, but maybe came from somewhere else too, where it was like, don't do it. Step away from this dark energy. You need to step away, because all that's doing is it is feeding into this energy that you are trying to
unnecessary
sever.
Self-created fear.
Yes.
Yes.
It was fucking weird, and I was like, why do I feel really weird about it? And I didn't say it out loud at first, because I was like trying to like I don't know, explore what that meant in that moment, and I almost stood there and looked at it like longer to be like, what the fuck is going on? And then I was like,
No, and it totally sucks, because like for the American Horror Story stuff, like now I want to go back and watch it, but like that sucked, because I was like, oh, this is totally cool, and as soon as that shit started, it was the same thing. There's this thing happening and this buzzing in my fucking head that was like, girl, like, what are you doing right now? You know, it was this like, you can't watch this, and I immediately fucking stood up and was like, I gotta go. You know, like I can't watch this.
Gotta
right
follow
now.
that instinct.
Yes.
But it was weird, because I was like, I have never looked at a Baphomet head and felt a repelling energy that was telling me in this moment, it is not wise. It's not that this is evil or bad, but it is just saying, you do not need, this
Back
is
the
not
fuck up.
helping you right now. For your goal right now, you need to move away physically from this area. And it was like a physical sensation that I never had ever felt that kind of thing. It was super fucking weird. So it's interesting. We've both had similar type of things where there's been messages directly to us about different types of things, but it's all kind of the same shit.
Yeah.
Hey, don't feed your own fucking fear. Don't put information into your head that is not going to help serve you and have your energy going into the right direction. And
Yeah,
we
dude.
both heeded the warnings.
Yes.
And we both backed the fuck up.
That's how we grow.
Yes. And we did it. Like, there was times I remember when I was in my, like, not watching scary movie phase there for a little while. It fucking sucked. Because, like, you guys would be watching scary movies and stuff, and I'd come home from work or whatever, and I'd be like, God damn it, I just want to watch a scary movie with you right now. Like, I can't watch this movie, you know? I'm going upstairs or I'm doing whatever. And you guys were really aware and mindful of that with me, that, like, you made sure to not, like, well, if we're sitting around, what should we watch? Like, you didn't say, hey, let's watch, you know, Insidious or whatever.
Yeah, it's the
like,
same with me. Like
not
I'd come
gonna do
home and
that.
you guys were watching alien stuff, and you'd be like, "We have alien stuff going on right now. Like, don't come downstairs." You know? Like, damn
Yeah.
it, fine.
But we look out for each other. We
yeah.
gotta look out for each
It
other.
just
and
sucks because that's my favorite topic. Horror topic. Alien shit's my
Yeah.
fucking favorite. So it's
Yeah.
like, damn it.
I know. And ghosty shit.
Yes.
All that
that's
stuff
the
is
thing.
on my fucking
Yep.
jams, dude. I loved it. And it was like, don't do that. You can't just don't do that right now. Like, anything with, like, dark, spooky, like, sinister, like, haunted house, sinister type of energy, like, don't fucking do it. I'm like, but I like that stuff. Like, oh,
Yep.
fucking bummer,
But we
dude.
did good, and now
I
we
think
feel
we
better.
did.
You
We
know,
did.
we're feeling better, and
We
we
were able-
graduated.
Yep, we did. And we followed the instinct and we heeded warnings, and we have been able to become stronger as a result of that. And we were able to, I guess, I don't know, I feel like, get like a Medal of Honor or something like that. Like, okay, cool. We did good, you know, gold star type of thing. All right, now moving forward rather than resisting, because who's going to want to work with people that are constantly resisting? It's going to make it a lot more challenging.
Yeah.
But in your case, it was at least good things coming at you that you were fearful of. With me, it was not good things that I
No,
was like,
but
there was legitimate
You
fear.
evolved it evolved into good things. You took your power back, which is something that you've been working for lifetimes to do. So
I did it. I
You
did
did it.
But it was like, that's what sucked, because it was legitimate fear. It was like, that shit was like, oh yeah, there was good reason for you to be afraid. There was legit reason, and I knew it. I was like, I fucking know. That's why I was fucking scared of it. But they're like, but you can't keep giving it that fear energy. You have to step into your own power and overcome that. Yes, it's fucking scary. Yes, you should not be doing that at all. You know, right now, don't be fucking with that, because it is not good.
yeah.
So that was, it was a rough one, but I'm glad that both of us have been able to
Yeah,
learn. We learned, yeah, we're learning from that shit. Yeah. And we probably sound like total weirdos to a lot of you guys that are listening right now.
Damn it. In the best way. But these guys are all weirdos because everyone seems to relate in their own way, which I think is really cool, actually. Like, I'm very blessed to be able to have a community like this with you guys. And, you know, there's so many more people out there that are a part of stuff like this. And the older I get and the more I share, the more I realize that everything is worth sharing, and most people won't understand, but there's always people that do. And we're never alone. So
I love Hallie. I feel better about being a weenie about not watching spooky shit. You know, like, I feel you. Honestly, it's cool, because if that helps you from having unnecessary fear, then fantastic. Like, if it's not helping energetically for you, then you're fine. Don't fuck around. I think we're all so different. Like, we all find different parts of that we like. Like, there's like, I don't know, I like the mystery aspect to it, and I don't know, kind of peeking my head in these other realms. But I think it's totally valid. If you are not into watching things that make you feel freaked out because it makes things worse for you, like, brought on, man. Totally get it.
Yes.
Our input is very important in all ways. Input is important, and we can control a certain amount of it. And then there's a lot of things that are just external factors that we cannot control. It is not up to us in a lot of ways. You know, the music you hear when you're at the bank, you can't control that part, you know, but you can control the music you listen to in your car or whatever. Just as a, you know, example, like, we can decide what kind of input that we want and in what capacity that we want it, you know, like we were saying, like, I love scary movies, but I don't watch possession movies. It's in the no-no list. You know, it's okay to have no-no lists. It doesn't make you a total pansy. But we can recognize, like, this isn't good for my psyche. I don't need that. So we're just not doing it. So now I'm glad that you were able to come back around to the spooky alien stuff. So right now we could watch The Fourth Kind and you would be okay. Because you get that it's totally separate.
It's totally separate. Good. But when I didn't know what it was, they were the same to me.
Yep.
I was like, which is great. I'm glad that I feel comfortable watching that stuff again because, like, I love that fucking movie, man. It's so spooky. It's one of the few movies that genuinely scared me, which is why this shit genuinely scared me because I was like,
yeah, horrible. Fire in the sky. That shit's fucked up. That shit's fucked up, you know?
And these people's, you know, Fourth Kind's not real, but, like, that guy's experience was real. Thing is, though, is him going through that after the movie was made and then talking about it later. Like, I've watched multiple documentaries with him being like, I actually think that they weren't trying to hurt me. You know, like, he's come back from it and been like, thinking about it, I actually don't think that they were trying to hurt me, you know? But, like, it took him a long time to be comfortable with what happened to him, too, you know? Like, it's fucking scary and it's life-changing.
Oh, for
going through shit that, like, you know, literally up until a couple of years ago, people were like, that doesn't exist. That's not fucking real. And then they're like, okay, maybe it is.
Yeah.
You know, like.
And it's not all sinister. Just because we don't understand something does not mean that we can automatically put it in a bad or scary category. Although I can see it being unsettling. It's like walking into a room that's completely dark.
That's what me and Dusty always say.
No lights on.
Yeah.
Like,
and you don't know what's around the next corner, but all you can do is go like this. And it's still dark.
Yeah.
And you have to go a little forward and a little more forward, you know? And
a lot of times, all it is a drunk room. There's nothing bad in there. There's no scary monsters. There's nothing
like going
terrible.
into the basement when you're a kid.
Yeah.
You're like, you know, like I totally get it. But yeah, that's why it was so intimidating for me is because I never really felt that way before. I always was like, no, I am the powerful one. You know, like I am the one that is powerful. And then I'm like, okay, but it's a intelligent species far beyond my intelligence, so maybe I'm not the powerful one, you know? It's like, that's where it was a totally different thing. Like, ghosts and fucking spirits and shit, I'm like, it's fine. Like, I've always proven to myself I'm in control. I've always banished things properly, you know? I've had people call me to banish their things, you know? Like, I have enough experience in that side of things where I never felt like intimidated by ghosts. When they touch my hair, I'm like, maybe I don't want that, and I'll move away, you know, like, but it didn't scare me. I could sleep that night. It didn't make me, you know, it didn't make me scared of my house.
Fear. Yeah. It's a different part of our body, I think, or our energy body that is affected by a guttural fucking existential fear. It's different than just like something gave you the willies.
Yeah.
It's different to have this like strike this fear center in us that permeates everything else. And you know what? I feel really bad and it like, I don't know, empathetic for people that have anxiety to the point where everything feels like that to them, where it's very crippling. Even just like, you know, people that have agoraphobia or things like that, like just going to the grocery store hits this fear center that we have only had that button pushed in very certain circumstances. And some people have this fear that overwhelms them constantly, and it's got to be so hard to navigate. So I do have a lot of compassion for people that feel that on a daily basis. I don't understand that, but I do feel for those that have to exist where things cause them fear fucking constantly. Like, I'm jumpy now later in my life. I used to not be so jumpy, but like, you know, you'll sneak up on me and I'll, and you have been more jumpy lately than you ever were before.
Yeah, because now I don't know what's behind me.
Yeah. No,
because now there was things behind me I didn't even know were there, and now I know they're there, and so now I'm like,
you used to. It's interesting. I've observed it. It's something that I've just kind of made a mental note of. Is that like, you know, I became more jumpy. And Dusty would laugh because I used to not be as jumpy, but after all the shit I've dealt with, I've definitely gotten more jumpy when something sneaks up on me. And you weren't as, like sometimes, but you weren't as jumpy. But lately, especially in more recent times, I've just walked down the hallway and you're like, Jesus Christ, I didn't see you coming. I'm like, sorry, I'm literally just walking here.
Yeah.
But I know what that's like when you're not expecting something and you don't know what's around the next corner and you don't know what's going to pop up, and having the shit that both of us have dealt with, like, we're a little more on fucking edge because you never know. Dude.
But I'm not afraid anymore, which is nice. I just like to, I think it's just the surrendering of not knowing what's around.
Dusty. These two girls are the jumpiest people I've ever met.
Andy and him fucking have a good laugh all the time.
Well, you know, something that I've kind of tried to figure it out because I didn't know why I became, well, not why I became so jumpy, but like how Dusty was able to sneak up on me as many times as he has, and I fucking figured it out, is that like I'm so sensitive to people's energies around me. Like people put off usually like, you know, X amount size of field. You and I both have a very large radiating field. We fill an entire room when we enter the room.
Yeah.
Even if we're just in the house, we're still permeating the energy space. I can feel that you're here, even if I don't know for a fact that you're here or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, we both can pick up on that. So we don't cloak our energy. It's just like, bah, everywhere. Dusty, on the other hand, and Andy as well, but specifically I can speak from Dusty living in this house with him, he cloaks his energy. And it's just the way that his natural energy is. His bubble of energy is extremely close to himself. So,
and he walks really quiet.
And he's the goddamn quietest walker ever.
I think the reason you and Andy can sneak up on me, though, because Andy's energy is really loud, too. But I think it's because I'm so comfortable with your guys' energy at this point that it's easier for me to not realize when you guys are there. You know, like I'm now used to you guys being around all the time that I might not realize you're literally behind me, you know?
Yeah, you can feel my energy in the house. So it's like I may as well be next to you or downstairs.
Exactly.
You can,
So when you're behind me and I didn't hear you coming, I'm like, what the fuck? You know?
And that's why like Dusty got me so many fucking times.
Oh, yeah.
So many times because I'll be in the kitchen washing dishes or something. My back's turned to the rest of the room. And I'm just doing my thing, and I can't feel him coming. And that is the weirdest fucking thing, because I can usually feel, even when the cats are in the room, I can feel when the cats are in the room. And Dusty has this, like, magical cloaking ability, and he's just walks so quietly physically.
Yeah.
So I can't hear, like, ding dong, someone's coming physically into the room, so I don't hear him physically, and then energetically, his bubble is so contained that all of a sudden, he's like, hey, babe, how you doing? And I'm like, Wah! Like, I did not see you coming at all. Like, fuck, will you please uncloak a little bit? There was one time he came down the stairs and he was saying that he was, like, trying to be louder coming down the stairs to let me know he was coming.
He tells me that all the time,
It's bullshit, because he doesn't.
No, but he also weighs, like, 5 pounds.
Oh my
so
God.
him being louder, stomping down the stairs, like whatever you
I'm like a goddamn moose
like
coming down
5
the
pounds.
stairs, and he's like floats. Like I think he turns into a ghost when we're not looking at him. It's like wave, you know, versus particle kind of thing. Like he's
like, I was
he doesn't
being
have
loud.
feet
I'm like,
when
I don't
we're
think
not
you were.
observing him. Oh my God. But yeah, it is funny. Like I used
He
to
just floats across the room.
Yeah, like I've just been jumpy, and then like you just sneak up on me, and it gets me. But it activates that fear response, because I don't know. Is it a monster? Is it a ghost? Is it a intruder? You know, like Andy got me so fucking hard the other day.
Oh yeah, dude. He's really good at it too, and I'm like,
my
what the
heart was pounding out of my chest. And I felt bad because I wasn't trying to make him feel bad for it, but he fucked me up, dude. I thought it was you. He had the door opened with the key, so I assumed it was you because you live here, so you have a key. You would walk in the house with a fucking key, and I was like, "Hello." I thought it was you, and then I heard, "Hello," and I didn't have time to rationalize that. Oh, maybe Andy has a key right now and he's walking into my house. It immediately went into terror feeling where my heart started pounding, and I'm like, there's an intruder. They have a key. They're walking in my house right now. Holy fuck. Who is this man voice in my fucking house? And I was like terrified. And he walks into the kitchen, and I was like, oh my fucking God, Andy, like, fuck. It's like, seriously, it's like my heart is pounding out of my chest. I was like, I did not know that was you. I was like, I didn't know you had a key, man. Like, I just didn't know. So I assumed it was Tayvia, and then I heard the scary voice, and like, I'm very scared. And he's like, I'm sorry. He's like, Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh.
And I'm like, Happy Thanksgiving also. I love you. It's fine. But like, it was just this instant, like, danger. There is danger afoot.
Yeah.
There is a person, a human being with scary man voice, which it's not. It's just Andy.
Yeah.
But in the moment, I didn't have time to rationalize.
Yeah.
It was just an instantaneous.
Instinct. Yeah,
yes,
that's
it
funny.
fucking got. And I was like, Andy, like, what? Seriously, like, you should feel my heart. My heart is like pounding right now.
See, that's a terrible impression of Andy.
Whatever. No, yeah. Put a bell on Dusty. Actually, Hallie, that's very funny that you say that
We put
because
bells.
yes, there's this little bracelet. He got this little bracelet when he ordered these like harem pants. It came with a little jingle bracelet, and I was like, oh yes, thank God now Dusty has a jingle bracelet. Jingle bracelet means I can hear this motherfucker coming down the stairs. This is gonna be great. And he wore it for a little bit, and it annoyed him, and he stopped wearing it. And I was like, I really wish you'd wear the jingle bracelet because if you did, we would hear you more often. Gosh darn it. So I think he likes being cloaked and he likes fucking with us. It's pretty funny.
I mean, I probably would too if I was able to do that.
It's fucked up.
I don't think it worked even one time.
Whatever. Can we keep trying, please? Like, oh. Or
like the cowbell idea, though. The cowbell,
yeah.
you know.
Ding, ding, I'm coming down the stairs. Like,
I got a
anything like that
fever.
would be really good. I was really glad. I'm like, yes, jingle bracelet. Wear the jingle bracelet, please. Please alert us. Let us know when you are fucking coming, because it is just, like, terrifying sometimes. That's pretty funny. That's good. So, yeah. Now that we've gone into all of that stuff, it is almost midnight. So we fucking went down a whole long fucking thing.
Yeah.
This is pretty awesome. Is there anything else that you want to share?
I'm done. But does anybody else have any questions, or do you guys want to say anything? Or...
Yeah. Questions, comments, concerns.
Otherwise, I'm done. I told you guys all my stories.
This is so good. I love these stories. I love it. I love it so much. This is so good. I always have so much fun
Good,
having you on.
because you
You're
guys
the
live
best.
with me, and when I have dreams, I'm like, I gotta tell you guys about something.
Love hearing. I always
have
love
something
hearing
to
your
say.
dreams. It's my favorite. I seriously, absolutely love hearing all of your dreams. That's gonna blow up.
You're right.
Don't do that. Okay. Here, use this. So Tayvia just went to charge her little vape and used her computer thing, and we already saw that Andy accidentally plugged his phone into the computer charger, and his phone started smoking and melted his phone. So so word of the wise to everybody, don't plug regular items into
computer
chargers.
Yes.
So I just saw that. I was like, that's gonna blow up. But I'm paying attention, which maybe it wouldn't, but like I don't want to find out the hard way.
Yeah, I don't either. That would be a fun way to end the show, though, you know?
Oh, man. Yeah, we're like, Jesus!
And then it cuts out. Like...
Oh, Hallie, I am so glad that you popped in. It is so nice to have you come in and hang out with us and join us. I love you so much. We should end with a singing duet. Oh, you know what our favorite one for this time of year is? This is our duet. A lot during Christmas
Clearly,
time.
we know both parts.
So yeah.
Ta-da!
Seriously, it's so fucking funny. We have done that so many times. It is so hilarious. It's the Christmas song that pops in my head throughout the season more than any other thing. Which it's fine because I actually like that song.
I like that song a lot,
you
too.
know? It's not like we have Mariah Carey screaming in our heads all the time, but I like that we just go into that. So there you go. That was for you, Alp.
Actually, we didn't last as long as we have. We've done like the whole song. We've done the whole song before. So that one, like, I think because we were on display, but we've just sat here and done that for like 20 minutes. Like, it's not.
And
We've
it's
done
like
it
the
for a very
cat
long time.
version.
Yeah.
Like, meow, 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 meow,
Yep.
meow. We impressed Kirby. That's good. Yeah, our normal time. Normally we go until about, I would say, 11:30 to midnight. Usually we wrap it at midnight unless there's some crazy thing going on, unless we have like a bunch of people hanging.
Yeah.
But But yeah, this was really great. I'm really grateful for you guys all for coming in and being a part of this conversation and supporting Tayvia and sharing her stories.
Yeah, thanks for listening, you guys. I appreciate the ears.
It's very like personal stuff, you know?
It's very personal stuff.
And I'm proud of you for sharing.
Thank you. Yeah, I shared with you guys my soul journey, so I appreciate all of the enthusiasm about it. It made me feel very validated and appreciated.
Yeah. Hooray. We did it. Yeah. Awesome. Well, cool. We adore all of you guys. And I'm thinking, I don't know if we need to do a raid tonight. I don't know if I want to be
Good night,
present in
Hallie.
other
Love you.
people's streams. Oh, good night, Hallie. We love you so much. Yeah, I guess we may as well. Why not go to something really mellow? Oh, shit. Pacific Plankton is on. We want Pacific Plankton. Go to, babe, Dusty, Mod, Love. Go to Pacific Plankton.
Raid Master.
For any of you guys that are not familiar with Pacific Plankton, he is a cool dude that does microscopes, and you can check out plankton. There's a little camera on the microscope, and you can see all the cool shit that he's looking at in the water. It's pretty amazing. So
Yeah, it's pretty
stick
cool.
around for that. That's pretty cool. Give the guy a like if you're interested. It's kind of science dorky stuff, but like that's what we're into. So we're gonna make you guys give a shit too, or you can log out. Whatever, you can do whatever you want. You're adults. It's up to you.
Yeah.
But Pacific Plankton for the win. Oh, I love it. Well, guys, we appreciate you. And
Yeah.
we will be back on Wednesday. Under normal circumstances, we do Weird News on Mondays. And then Wednesdays, we do interviews and things of the sort. But because it was Tavia's birthday last Wednesday and she had to work on Wednesday, we decided the first available podcast time we were going to do this episode. So that's why we kind of switched it up and are not doing Weird News tonight. But we will do Weird News on the Wednesday.
And we'll be back.
We'll be back. We'll be back. Don't you even worry. And the 8-Ball says that you will be a reoccurring person, so you will be back.
Yes.
It's fun. Actually, I really think you should be on Weird News as a co-host sometime because it's like so fun.
Yeah.
You should do it.
One of my favorites to watch.
Well, let's do it. Do it.
Bye. We love you.
All right. Bye, everyone. And thank you, Alf. We're so excited to try your sauce. We'll do it on stream. It'll be the best. With less crunchy things than last time, where Roxy was like, Jesus Christ, crunch, crunch, crunch. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I could hear that. Sorry. So we'll do it on bread like we did the second time. Learning. All right. Well, peace out, everybody. We love ya. Goodbye. Sweet dreams, everybody. Hop on the magical wind.
I think we're done. My thing says we're done.
Cool.
Cool. Yeah, there we go.